Hey guys, tonight we're going to take your appetite and quietly destroy it. We're diving into the strange, sad, and sometimes horrifying world of medieval food. Spoiler alert, your taste buds wouldn't have survived. Forget candlelit feasts and turkey legs. The reality, you'd be chewing on something that might actually chew back. Before we serve tonight's tragic buffet, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you enjoy falling asleep to the gentle sounds of historical suffering. And let me know in the comments, where are you tuning in from, and what meal you're grateful isn't medieval. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft hum. Get comfortable, ideally not with a medieval snack. And let's begin. Congratulations, you've just woken up. Sort of. You're not exactly sure where you are yet, but it smells like someone boiled damp socks in rotten cabbage. That's your first clue. Your second clue is the fact that you're sleeping directly on what feels like a sack of sharp sticks and flattened rodents. Your eyes blink open to greet the 14th century. Welcome to medieval Europe, where dreams go to die, and your biggest problem today is what you're going to put into your mouth, if anything. You're alive, which is something, but so are the fleas. They're having a little party on your scalp right now, doing the medieval equivalent of a rave while your body temperature makes a cozy incubator. You scratch instinctively. That's going to become a theme in your life. You take a deep breath. Mistake number one. The air carries a complex, layered aroma that could be described as barnyard apocalypse. It's an intricate symphony of human sweat, unwashed wool, mould, goat breath, and something else you can't quite place. Possibly dead rat. Possibly your breakfast. In medieval Europe, sometimes those are the same thing. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. You sit up, joints crackling like a cheap wooden chair under a heavy monk. The thin shaft of grey light slipping through the cracks in the wooden walls tells you it's morning, or close enough. Not that you care what time it is. The sun is your clock, your boss, and your sadistic life coach. You look around your one-room hut. Technically, it's a home, though that word does a lot of heavy lifting here. The entire family, mother, father, 4 siblings, and some guy named Cousin Lambert, who showed up years ago and never left, are all sleeping together like a poorly stacked pile of laundry. The livestock lives here too. A goat stares at you. You stare back. You're both questioning your life choices. Privacy? That's a modern concept. In medieval times, the only thing private is your internal screaming, and even that's occasionally interrupted by church bells or Uncle Lambert's nocturnal flatulence. And speaking of flatulence, you're hungry, or at least you think you are. Hunger has been a constant companion since you were old enough to crawl, so it's hard to tell if this is real hunger or just the baseline emptiness you've grown accustomed to. But here's where your medieval life takes a particularly dark turn. Unlike your modern, well-fed self, who can reach for a granola bar or make an impulsive DoorDash order for Thai food, you have no such luxuries. The medieval version of meal planning is simple. Is there anything edible nearby that won't kill me instantly? You glance at the corner of the room where yesterday's pottage sits in a cracked wooden bowl. It's congealed into something that looks disturbingly like wet cement mixed with grass clippings. Is it edible? Probably. Is it safe? That's a harder question. The truth is, your ancestors didn't eat disgusting food because they enjoyed culinary adventures. They ate it because they had no choice. Nature, society, and an appalling lack of technology have conspired to ensure that almost everything you put in your mouth is somewhere on the spectrum between questionable and actively life-threatening. But we'll get to that. First, let's finish orienting you in your new, horrifying reality. You pull yourself to your feet, carefully, because the straw floor is damp and sticky. You don't want to know why. You never want to know why. Every day begins with a quiet negotiation between your bare feet and the wet, cold earth. Please let this be water. Please let this be water. Spoiler. It's rarely just water. Your clothing is simple because you own exactly one outfit. A rough, scratchy wool tunic, lovingly handcrafted by your mother several years ago, and never washed since. The fibres are stiff with grime, sweat, and the accumulated suffering of dozens of harvest seasons. The itchiness is not a bug. It's a feature, literally. The lice are thriving. There's no underwear. That would be an unnecessary extravagance. Your entire body itches constantly. If you're lucky, you'll only have fleas and lice. If you're not, you'll get scabies too. And if you're really unlucky, the festering sores will become infected. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, you're upright, alive, and one gnawing hunger pang away from your first attempt at finding food. Welcome to your medieval identity. You are a poor peasant living in a system designed to keep you poor, hungry, and marginally alive for as long as you can endure it. Your name doesn't really matter. Maybe you're called something like Godric, Eadwine, or Elfgifu, though even your parents aren't quite sure how to spell it, because they're illiterate. Everyone is, except the priests. But that's their whole thing. What matters is that you belong to the largest social class in medieval Europe, the perpetually starving. Your job? Survive. Your hobby? Survive. Your dreams? Slightly more food? Your long-term goals? Survive slightly longer than your neighbours. The world around you is built to ensure you will fail at all of these. Bad weather, crop failures, animal diseases, and simple bad luck can wipe out your food supply overnight. Famine isn't a disaster. It's a feature of the economy. And as you step outside into the damp, grey morning, your stomach growling, the next phase of your miserable medieval food adventure begins. But don't worry, it's only going to get worse. You step out into the fresh morning air, which is exactly as fresh as you'd expect from a village with no plumbing, no sanitation, and a firm belief that sewage belongs in the street. The mud squelches under your bare feet, but calling it mud is generous. It's more of a thick brownish stew of dirt, animal waste, human waste, rainwater, and mysterious substances no one dares name. The chickens are already scratching around, looking for whatever insects haven't yet succumbed to the filth. Your neighbour's pig snorts happily while rooting through a pile of rotting vegetable scraps that smell faintly of failure. The village dog trots by carrying something that may once have been a rabbit but now resembles a meat-coloured sponge. This is the world you've inherited. A place where everything is edible if you're desperate enough, and often you are. You glance towards the communal well, where a small line of villagers is already forming, waiting to collect water that may or may not contain half the microbial world. Water is dangerous, you know this, but thirst is worse. It's always a gamble. Dehydration now, or dysentery later. But you're not thinking about water at the moment. You're thinking about food. Specifically, you're thinking about why food is always a disaster here. You see, it's not just bad luck that makes your meals revolting. It's everything. The soil, the seasons, the storage methods, the pests, the technology that doesn't exist yet, all conspiring together in an elaborate cosmic joke. Your main enemy today is scarcity. The land around your village is poor, overworked, and exhausted. The three-field system rotates crops, but even so, the soil is depleted, the harvests unreliable, and the yield barely enough to keep everyone from starving outright. And that's if the weather cooperates, which it almost never does. Rain at the wrong time, crops drown. Drought, crops wither. Early frost, crops die. Locusts, crops disappear. Unexplainable rot, crops turn into piles of black mush overnight. Even when the fields are generous, most of what they produce is barely edible by modern standards. Wheat is a luxury. Your diet is built on rye, barley and oats. These grains are coarse, gritty, and prone to developing ergot, a lovely fungus that causes convulsions, hallucinations, and sometimes death. But when you're hungry enough, a little brain-melting fungus is a small price to pay for calories. You think longingly of bread, but not the fluffy, warm, golden brown loaves you know from some modern Instagram post. No, your bread is dense, flat, and vaguely grey, bulked up with whatever filler you could find. Bark, sawdust, ground acorns, even dirt. Bread is your life, but it's also a constant source of dental trauma. You chew carefully, always carefully, because any unexpected crunch could be a tiny rock baked into the dough, and you can't afford to break a tooth. Dentistry is still several centuries away from being a thing that doesn't kill you. And then there's the storage problem. You don't have refrigerators, freezers, or even airtight containers. You have a sack, maybe a barrel if you're lucky. Grain is stored in whatever vessel you can cobble together, and these vessels are usually shared with mice, rats, weevils, and every imaginable insect. You've grown accustomed to eating bugs. Sometimes you even tell yourself they add protein, but you know deep down that you're lying. It's just that the alternative, starvation, isn't really an alternative. As you shuffle along the muddy path, your stomach growling, you remember last winter. The hard one. The one where half the village nearly starved. You remember boiling roots that tasted like dirt-scented soap, chewing on dried leather scraps, and praying your family wouldn't have to eat the dog. This is what food insecurity means in medieval Europe. It's not being out of your favourite cereal. It's the daily question of whether you'll eat anything at all. And yet, somehow, the nobility exists just a few miles away in their drafty stone castles, feasting on roast meat, imported spices, and elaborate pies. You hate them for it, but even their food isn't exactly safe. More on that later. For now, you're focused on your options. You consider going into the woods to forage. Maybe you'll find mushrooms. But mushrooms are Russian roulette with a garnish of death. The edible ones are indistinguishable from the poisonous ones unless you've been taught, and sometimes even then, the fungi win. There's always fishing. If the stream hasn't been contaminated, unlikely, you might catch a small fish, but fishing rights belong to the Lord, and if you're caught poaching, the punishment can be severe. Fines, beatings, or worse. Hunting, forget it. Game animals are property of the nobility. Killing a deer without permission is not only illegal, but seen as a personal insult to your overlord. The kind of insult that can end at the gallows. So you head toward the fields instead. The turnips look marginally alive. Thank God for turnips. They are the medieval culinary equivalent of duct tape. Ugly, tough, and always available. You'll eat them boiled, roasted, mashed, or floating sadly in your eternal enemy, pottage. Ah yes, pottage, the lifeblood of your miserable diet. Pottage isn't really a meal so much as it is a concept. You keep a pot simmering at all times, adding whatever you find, grains, vegetables, the occasional scrap of meat, a handful of herbs if you're feeling extravagant. Each day more things go into the pot, and the flavours blend into an unholy alliance of overcooked, vaguely sour slop. Your pottage pot is rarely cleaned, mostly because emptying it would leave you with an empty pot. New ingredients are simply added on top, blending into an ongoing experiment in edible despair. Sometimes the pot develops a skin on top, like a slimy crust. That's normal. You scrape it off or stir it in. Either way, you eat it. And if you're lucky, truly remarkably lucky, someone might have trapped a rabbit or caught a few birds. That means a thin strip of meat floating in your pottage like a tiny flag of triumph. You savour every chewy, sinewy, gristly bite because you know you may not taste meat again for months. Most of your calories come from grains and vegetables. Protein is rare luxury. Fat even more so. Your body aches constantly from the lack of nutrients. Your skin is pale, your hair is brittle, and your teeth... Well, let's not talk about your teeth just yet. That horror show deserves its own chapter. As you trudge along the path, you watch a group of children huddled near the edge of the field, poking at a pile of beetles with sticks. The kids aren't playing, they're gathering them. Another potential ingredient for tonight's stew. You look away, swallowing hard. You understand. You've eaten worse. That's the reality of medieval food. It's not about taste, it's about survival. And sometimes, survival means swallowing your pride, along with something that still twitches. And as your stomach growls again, you can't help but wonder what today's meal will bring. Spoiled grain? Wormy apples? Maggoty cheese? Maybe, if the gods are feeling merciful, just another sad bowl of turnip pottage. The sun is a pale blur behind thick clouds as you keep walking, but the warmth it provides is barely enough to cut through the damp chill clinging to your tunic. Every breath you take feels like you're inhaling wet moss. Somewhere nearby, a rooster screeches in protest, perhaps offended by its own existence. You sympathise. As you trudge down the narrow path, you pass by the baker's hut, its crooked chimney coughing thin ribbons of smoke into the sky. The smell of baking bread drifts through the air, a fleeting illusion of comfort. But you know better than to romanticise it. The bread that's baking inside is not destined for you. Not unless you've got coins or grain to trade, which you don't. The baker serves the Lord and the merchants first. Whatever scraps remain may find their way to your family, but not today. The bread, even when you do get it, will be hard enough to dent your remaining teeth. Often, you have to soak it in your pottage just to soften it enough to chew. You've heard stories of old villagers who broke teeth trying to bite into stale loaves. Some even choked. Bread is a lifeline, but it's also a hazard. You glance across the village square and spot the alewife carrying a wooden cask of weak ale to the tavern. Weak ale is what you drink most days because it's safer than water. Barely alcoholic, brewed hastily from boiled water, barley, and whatever else is lying around. It's the medieval solution to widespread contamination. Even children drink it, though calling it drinking makes it sound far more enjoyable than it is. But right now, you're not headed to the alehouse. You're headed toward the edge of the village, where your meagre plot of land lies, the strip of dirt that dictates whether you'll eat or starve. As you approach, you see your father already bent over, hands deep in the soil, pulling out what few vegetables have survived the spring rains. His face is lined like cracked leather, every crease telling the story of decades spent wrestling with the earth for one more turnip, one more onion, one more sad little bundle of withered leeks. You nod silently and join him. Your mother is nearby, plucking herbs and wild greens for tonight's stew. Bittercress, sorrel, nettles, all things that modern chefs would call foraged delicacies, but that you know as filler. They don't fill your belly. They just fool it for a few hours. A few feet away, your younger siblings are gathering snails from under damp stones. Snails, not as a last resort, as dinner. You remember the first time you ate a snail? You were barely old enough to stand, but your mother pressed one into your hand and showed you how to remove the shell, how to roast it over the fire until it was barely palatable. Now you barely even taste them. They've become a normal part of your world, a chewy, slimy little parcel of survival. You dig into the soil with a crude wooden tool, a splintered stick sharpened to a rough point, trying to avoid slicing open your fingers as you search for edible roots. As you pull up a thin, sad carrot, you hear the sound of buzzing. Flies swarm around a small pile of discarded vegetable scraps nearby, their wings slicing through the air like tiny razors. Even the insects are trying to feast. Your stomach growls again, louder this time. It's not just empty, it's hollow, like a drum echoing inside your chest. But you're used to that. Hunger has been your constant companion for as long as you can remember. Some days you even name it. Today it feels like an old friend you wish you'd never met. You stand up, stretching your aching back, and glance toward the distant manor house looming on the hill. A thick stone monstrosity with banners fluttering lazily in the breeze, it watches over the village like a silent judge. Inside, the lord and his family are enjoying a very different kind of meal. Thick cuts of roasted meat, imported spices, fresh honey, buttery pastries, and wheels of soft cheese. You've never tasted half the things they eat. You probably never will. The cruel irony is that even their food isn't exactly safe. Their meats may be roasted, but they're often riddled with parasites. Their cheeses might be crawling with maggots by the time they reach the table, but they eat like kings compared to you, and that's all that matters. You try not to let bitterness consume you. Envy doesn't fill your stomach, and dwelling on the injustice of the world only makes the hunger worse. Instead, you return to your digging, pulling up a few more knobby, discoloured turnips and a handful of scrawny onions. Your younger sister approaches, holding out a handful of mushrooms she found near the tree line. You eye them warily. You've seen people die from eating the wrong kind. Even the village herbalist isn't always sure which ones are safe, but today you're willing to take the risk. Hunger lowers your standards, always. As the morning wears on, the sun climbs higher, though the warmth never fully reaches your skin. The damp chill has seeped into your bones, making your joints ache with every movement. But you press on. You have to. There's no such thing as a day off when your next meal depends on what you can scavenge. A distant bell tolls from the church tower, marking the hour. It's not really a timekeeping device. It's more of a daily reminder that God is watching, and you should be grateful for the handful of boiled weeds you'll get to eat tonight. You wipe your hands on your tunic, adding another layer of grime to the already stained fabric, and glance back toward the village. Smoke rises from several chimneys, and the faint sound of coughing echoes through the damp air. Illness is always lurking here, like a predator circling its prey. Malnutrition weakens everyone, making even the simplest infection potentially deadly, but you're still standing, still breathing. For now. Your father waves you over. He's found a rabbit snare with a tiny prize inside. A scrawny, half-starved hare that weighs less than a loaf of bread. But it's meat. Real meat. You feel a flicker of excitement. This rabbit might mean protein in tonight's stew. A rare and precious thing. Of course, the meat won't be wasted on just the stew. The bones will be boiled until they surrender every last drop of fat and marrow. The skin will be dried for patches and repairs. Even the organs will be eaten, though you try not to think too hard about what those taste like. You help your father gut the rabbit with a dull, rusted knife. Its blade worn thin from years of use and abuse. The smell of fresh blood mixes with the earthy scent of the damp soil, and for a moment you allow yourself to imagine the taste of roasted meat, even if it will be tough and stringy. As the day drags on, you haul your small collection of foraged goods back toward the hut. Your mother will turn these meagre offerings into dinner, a culinary miracle performed daily, blending desperation with creativity. On your way back, you pass by old Margaret, sitting on a crooked wooden bench near the village centre. She's ancient, at least by medieval standards, and her face is a road map of wrinkles, each one carved by years of hunger and grief. She cackles softly as you walk by. "Good haul today, Godric," she wheezes. "Better than the winter of 21, eh?" You nod politely. Everyone remembers the winter of 21, the year the grain harvest failed entirely, and people were forced to eat whatever they could find. Tree bark, grass, boiled shoe leather, and in some dark corners, worse things that no one dares speak of. "Maybe the Lord will spare us another famine this year," she mutters, as if bargaining with fate. But you both know that fate doesn't listen. You reach your hut again, greeted by the familiar stench of sweat, livestock, and damp straw. Your siblings are busy stoking the fire, while your mother begins chopping turnips with a battered cleaver. She adds the rabbit meat carefully, stretching it as far as possible to make sure everyone gets a taste. Tonight's stew might actually taste like something. That's a rare victory. As the thin broth simmers, you sit down on the hard-packed earth, your back pressed against the rough wooden wall. You feel the gnawing ache of hunger twist inside your belly, a constant, insistent reminder of your place in this world. But you've made it through another day, for now, and tomorrow you'll do it all again. As dusk settles over the village, the world turns quiet in that special medieval way, not silent, but muted. You still hear the distant cries of restless children, the creaking of wooden doors, the faint murmurs of neighbours sharing scraps of gossip. A dog barks somewhere down the muddy lane, the livestock shuffle about in their pens. But there are no car horns, no electric hums, no distant engines. Just the sounds of basic survival carrying on like it has for generations. Inside your hut, the fire crackles weakly, throwing long shadows that dance across the splintered beams overhead. The glow illuminates your mother's tired face as she stirs the pottage, her movements mechanical from years of repetition. She's added the rabbit meat now. You can see the thin shreds swirling around in the greyish broth alongside wilted turnip greens, tiny onions, and foraged nettles. The pot emits a sour, almost metallic smell, not exactly appetizing, but somehow comforting. This is what survival smells like. Your younger brother watches the pot intensely, eyes wide with that same quiet desperation you've seen since you were his age. That wild mixture of hope and hopelessness. He's hungry, just like all of you. And the small bits of meat floating in the stew feel like a luxury he's not used to. Your father sits on a short wooden stool, sharpening a rusted sickle by candlelight. His hands are calloused, his back hunched, his breathing heavy. This is what decades of hard labour look like. In the corner, your baby sister fusses softly, wrapped in a ragged woolen blanket that does little to block the cold seeping up from the dirt floor. The fire may be burning, but the cold is winning. Dinner is served not with plates or utensils, but with whatever wooden bowls and spoons are still intact. You sit cross-legged on the ground as your mother ladles out portions, careful to divide the precious meat evenly. You catch your portion and stare into the steaming, lumpy mixture. And you eat. The turnips are soft but bitter. The greens are stringy and metallic. The rabbit meat is tough and chewy, with tiny shards of bone that could easily snap a tooth if you're not careful. Every bite is a negotiation between hunger and caution, but you eat, because what choice do you have? There's no seasoning, of course. Salt is expensive and tightly controlled by the lords. Spices? Completely unattainable. Even black pepper, something you barely know exists, is more valuable than gold. The most your stew gets is a handful of crushed wild garlic, or a few dried herbs your mother saved from last summer. They do little to mask the stew's underlying note of swampy bitterness. But at least it's hot. You glance at your siblings, all silently devouring their portions, each trying to scrape every last bit from their bowls. Hunger trains you not to waste anything. A single dropped piece of food is mourned like a fallen comrade. Even the bits stuck to the side of the pot are scraped off with wooden spoons and eaten. This isn't dinner. It's a transaction with nature. You take what you can, and tomorrow you'll pay again with more labour. Your thoughts wander briefly to the manor house again, to the nobles feasting on roasted game, sweet pies, and imported wine. You imagine their tables heavy with food, the abundance that exists just beyond your reach. But you push the thought away. That life is not for you. It never was. The stew settles heavily in your stomach, but it soothes the ache for now. You feel yourself growing tired, the fatigue of hunger and labour pressing against your eyelids like warm hands. Your mother blows out the single tallow candle, filling the room with darkness broken only by the dim glow of dying embers. The hut grows colder immediately. Everyone settles into their places on the straw bedding, which smells of mould, sweat, and livestock. The baby fusses again, and your mother gently rocks her while whispering quiet prayers. You pull the scratchy wool blanket over your shoulders and stare at the wooden beams overhead. The thatched roof leaks when it rains, which it probably will tonight. You can already smell the dampness creeping in. The familiar itch of flea bites returns as the insects that live within your bedding begin their nightly feeding ritual. You scratch absent-mindedly. No one even notices. As your body begins to surrender to sleep, your mind floats through half-formed thoughts. You think about food, always about food. You remember the lean years, the famine that took old Matthew 2 winters ago when the barley crop failed. You remember your uncle growing sick after eating spoiled pork that had turned green and sour. You remember rumours of entire villages dying because the only bread they had was made from mouldy, poisoned rye. You remember gnawing on bark as a child, and pretending it was some kind of special treat, just to quiet your rumbling stomach. Even now, lying here with your belly slightly less empty than usual, you know tomorrow could bring anything. Another failed harvest, a sick goat, a plague of insects, or worse, famine. Because here, in this world, you're never more than one bad season away from complete disaster. Your eyes flutter closed. In your half-conscious state, you picture the lords in their grand halls, the kings in their castles, the priests in their monasteries, all eating, all drinking, all thriving. You feel the weight of that bitter unfairness pressing down on you like another layer of cold wool. But that bitterness can't feed you, and neither can anger. And so, as you drift into restless sleep, you surrender once again to the endless cycle that defines your existence. Wake up hungry, work while hungry, eat something barely edible, fall asleep slightly less hungry. Repeat. The last thing you hear before sleep finally takes you is the low, steady sound of the wind rattling the loose shutters, like the distant whisper of some old, forgotten god reminding you, this is your life, this is your food, and tomorrow you'll beg the earth to spare you again. The rooster screams again, signalling another unwelcome morning. You wake once more to a world that never cared about your hunger. But today, instead of focusing on what little there is to eat, you become aware of something even more cruel. The very world you live in is actively conspiring against you. You're not simply a peasant battling an empty stomach. You're trapped in an environment that is profoundly uninterested in keeping you alive. You step outside the hut and feel the weight of the air, damp, heavy, thick with the scent of manure, wet straw, and mould. The world smells like decay, even when the sun is shining. The village around you seems peaceful at first glance. Timber-framed huts squatting awkwardly on muddy paths, smoke curling lazily from chimneys. A few skinny chickens pecking through the slop that pools between wheel ruts. But this fragile scene is not stability. It's barely contained collapse. Above your head, ominous grey clouds churn in slow spirals, like the sky itself is digesting you. And it might as well be, because here, in this century, nature isn't your friend. Nature is your landlord, tax collector, debt collector, and executioner. Start with the soil. You live off it, but it's tired. Overploughed, overworked, never rotated properly except for when desperate monks introduce half-understood crop rotation systems that your village can't even afford to implement fully. The soil you depend on grows weaker every year, producing less food with each passing season, as if it too has grown weary of your endless demands. Wheat, the dream of every peasant, barely grows here. Too wet? Fungi? Too dry? Dust. You grow barley and rye instead. Cheap, hardy, miserable crops that can survive where wheat gives up, but not without their own miseries baked in. Barley is bitter and coarse. Rye, when damp, breeds ergot, the silent killer that turns bread into poison. You've seen it before. Neighbours shaking uncontrollably, vomiting, convulsing, their eyes wild with hallucinations after eating tainted rye bread. Some survive. Others simply vanish, taken by a fungus you can't even see. And that's when the fields do produce. There's always the possibility that they won't. A single cold snap in spring, a late frost, too much rain, or not enough. Any of these can turn a promising harvest into empty fields of rotting stems and broken hopes. You don't have irrigation. You don't have greenhouses. You have prayer and guesswork. And when the harvest fails, so do you. You pause near the edge of your small patch of farmland and look at the freshly sprouted barley shoots, their pale green tips barely poking through the mud. You want to believe they'll grow tall, strong, and plentiful. You know they won't. The wind shifts. It brings with it the smell of damp hay and animal dung, not unusual, but also something worse. The sharp, metallic tang of rot coming from the grain store. Even when you do harvest enough, storage becomes your next enemy. Grain is hoarded in sacks, barrels, and silos, barely more sophisticated than giant wooden buckets. These storerooms are paradise for rats, mice, and weevils. You've pulled handfuls of grain from sacks swarming with insects before, shaking them out, pretending that extra protein was always part of the plan. The rats gnaw through everything: wood, cloth, even your hope. You've woken at night to hear them scuttling across the beams, their tiny claws clicking like evil little fingers as they help themselves to next winter's supply. And the mould. Always the mould. Even in storage, grain goes bad. Moisture seeps in, inviting black, blue, and green fuzz to blossom across your food like a creeping plague. You scrape it off and eat what's left. What choice do you have? Food doesn't go to waste here. You'd rather gamble with mild poisoning than face starvation. But mould isn't your only invisible threat. The water you drink carries its own special horrors. The nearby stream is clear today, but you know better. Upstream, animals drink, bathe, and relieve themselves. Occasionally, a bloated carcass of something unlucky drifts by. The water might taste fresh, but lurking inside are parasites and bacteria. Tiny assassins waiting for you to take one careless sip. That's why your family drinks small beer, weak ale made from barely their barley, boiled enough to kill most of the things that want to eat you from the inside out. Even your children drink it. Even the priest drinks it. It's not because they like beer. It's because water is betrayal in liquid form. But all of this, the soil, the rot, the water, pales when compared to the thing you fear most: the weather. The weather doesn't just shape your life. It determines if you'll live to see next spring. The winters are long, brutal, and unforgiving. The cold creeps through every crack in your wooden walls, through the thatched roof, through your layers of itchy wool and burlap. You shiver through sleepless nights, your breath visible in the dim moonlight as you huddle close to dying embers. Food stores shrink with every passing day, and by late winter, your pottage pot contains more hope than nourishment. You've eaten through your turnips. You've boiled down the last of the grain into thin, watery gruel. You gnaw on whatever scraps remain, praying each night that spring will arrive before your body gives up. And when spring does arrive, if it arrives, you face a different kind of terror. Floods, pests, and plant diseases sweep through with merciless efficiency. A sudden storm can flatten fields in an afternoon. Hail can destroy entire crops before they even ripen. A swarm of locusts can turn months of work into a barren wasteland within hours. You've seen families wander from village to village, skeletal and sunken-eyed, searching for any scrap of food. Some simply collapse by the roadside, their empty hands clenched into fists, their bellies distended from malnutrition. There's no safety net here. There's no relief fund. There's only nature. And nature doesn't negotiate. Your animals aren't much help either. Pigs, goats, and chickens provide occasional meat, milk and eggs, but they too fall victim to illness and starvation. You've watched entire flocks of chickens drop dead overnight from unknown plagues. Goats fall ill. Pigs starve alongside their owners. The village priest calls these trials God's will. You call them Tuesday. And as you stand there, staring across the fragile strip of land that your family relies on, you understand something deeply unsettling. This world is not simply indifferent to you. It's hostile. Everything here is designed to test how long you can keep failing without dying. You bend down and inspect the barley again, running your fingers gently across the soft shoots. Will these plants feed your family? Or will they rot, wither, and betray you like so many before? You don't know. And that's the worst part. The wind shifts again, carrying with it another familiar scent. Smoke from distant fires, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of manure-slicked mud. But behind those smells is a constant reminder of what this environment always threatens: famine. The village has seen famine many times, and famine doesn't arrive as some dramatic event with sudden armies or storms. It creeps, quiet, patient, like a wolf stalking the edge of your campfire. It begins with smaller harvests, slightly fewer sacks of grain in the storehouse, slightly thinner animals at slaughter, slightly more children coughing through the winter. No one panics at first. People tell themselves it's temporary. A bad season, a mild curse, God testing their patience. Then quietly, hunger becomes normal. Portions shrink. Soups get thinner. More weeds and wild herbs appear in the pottage, desperately supplementing the absent grains. And then one day, famine arrives fully. Not as an announcement, but as absence. Absence of food. Absence of options. Absence of anything remotely edible. You've heard the stories, everyone has. The bad years, the terrifying ones. You remember hearing about the Great Famine of 1315, when rain soaked Europe endlessly for years. Fields drowned, grain rotted in the mud. Entire harvests failed for multiple seasons. Villages starved, parents outlived children, neighbours robbed neighbours. Corpses lined the roads. You remember hearing that desperate people resorted to chewing grass, stripping bark from trees, boiling leather shoes, eating the flesh of dead animals found in ditches, long after they had begun to decompose. And the stories get darker. Some whispered about far worse things, unthinkable acts committed in the dead of winter, when bodies piled up and hunger no longer recognized humanity in its victims. No one speaks these rumours aloud in daylight, but they haunt every peasant's dreams. Even in years when famine doesn't fully strike, hunger is always there, pacing like a patient predator outside your door. That's why your village hoards everything it can. Salted fish, smoked pork, dried beans, pickled vegetables, even fermented dairy when it can be kept. But all of these preservation methods are primitive, unreliable, and limited by what you can afford, which usually isn't much. Salt, for example, is precious. So precious that entire wars are fought over salt mines. Nobles hoard it like treasure, and what little trickles down to the peasants is carefully rationed. Without enough salt, your meat rots quickly, your fish spoils overnight, your cheese grows aggressive blue and green patches that may or may not kill you if you scrape them off. Smokehouses dot some wealthier villages, where strips of meat dangle in thin tendrils of acrid smoke for days or weeks, drying into leathery bands that can be stored through winter. But even then, these strips can still mould, attract insects, or turn rancid. You eat it anyway. You've chewed on meat so hard and dry it feels like gnawing on old boot leather, your jaw aching for days afterward. But you swallowed it gratefully. Protein is rare. The alternative is chewing your own tongue. And dairy? A dangerous gamble. Fresh milk sours within hours, if not consumed or processed immediately. It can be churned into butter or cheese, but those too carry risks. Poor sanitation means you've eaten curds that tasted like sour swamp water and probably hosted entire microscopic civilizations inside them. You once watched a neighbour's child double over after eating cheese riddled with maggots. The little white worms crawling through the soft curd like tiny threads of death. But the family kept eating it anyway. Calories are calories. You gagged, but you understood. Even honey, one of nature's rare, reliable preservatives, is a luxury reserved mostly for monks, nobles, and the wealthiest townsfolk. Occasionally you might taste a rare spoonful during a festival or holy day, but mostly sweetness remains a distant dream. Instead, your daily meals are built from what the environment allows: bitter wild greens, acorns, when properly leached of their poison, and roots dug from the forest floor that sometimes taste like dirt and sometimes taste like regret. And all of it, every single piece of it, is temporary. Because nature, even at its most generous, is fleeting here. Fruit trees yield their bounty for a few short weeks before rot claims the fallen fruit. You've raced other villagers to collect fallen apples before worms invade their cores. You've dried small handfuls of berries, knowing they might add a rare burst of flavour to winter porridge, if they survive that long without spoiling or being stolen. Everything is a race against rot. Even insects join the battle. Flies lay their eggs in meat and cheese, filling your food with maggots if you leave it uncovered for even a few hours. You've swatted flies away while eating, knowing full well that some still got through. You try not to think about how many maggots you've accidentally eaten. You try not to count. And yet, through all of this, the world around you, this hostile, decaying, beautiful disaster of a world, continues to function. Because everyone here knows, if you stop, you die. Your fellow villagers move through these challenges like trained survivors of some cruel, unwinnable game. The women gather herbs and wild plants at dawn, inspecting every leaf for signs of disease. The men repair fishing nets endlessly, hoping for another meagre catch from streams that sometimes yield more sickness than nourishment. Children pluck insects from tree bark, gathering what small protein they can. Even your village priest, normally distant from peasant life, sometimes ventures out to gather mushrooms or gather snails near the marshes. His once soft hands learning to feel which caps are safe and which are silent killers. And then there are the birds. Pigeons and doves are sometimes trapped, providing tiny bursts of meat, their bones thin as twigs, but their flesh at least somewhat nourishing. In truly desperate times, crows, sparrows, and even seagulls are caught and cooked. Every animal smaller than a goat is considered fair game for the stew pot. You've even seen villagers attempt to harvest frogs from muddy ponds. The legs are edible, though small, but the risk of disease from stagnant water looms large. Because everywhere you turn, even as you adapt, the world pushes back. It is not simply a matter of scarcity. It is a matter of the environment's endless war with your body. And most days, you are losing. The more you live here, the more you realise something unsettling. This isn't just about food. It's about everything that conspires to destroy food before it ever reaches your mouth. And sometimes, even after. The air itself can betray you. During warmer months, you fight heat and humidity that turns stored grain into moist, mould-ridden lumps. Barrels crack open from swelling moisture, and the grain inside begins to ferment or rot. You've scooped handfuls of damp oats, holding them up to the sunlight, only to see grey fuzz creeping along the surface like a slow infection. If the grain smells slightly sour, you still eat it. If it smells like death, you pray you can find something else. But often you can't, so you scrape off what you can, throw the worst portions to the pigs, who seem immune to most poisons, and save the rest for the stew pot. Even fresh vegetables aren't safe. Cabbages rot from the inside out. Carrots split open in wet soil, turning black and slimy. Onions sprout green shoots in storage, hollowing from within. And potatoes? You haven't even heard of those yet. Potatoes won't arrive from the New World for centuries. For you, root vegetables are limited, vulnerable, and often on the verge of going bad by the time you eat them. And let's not forget the animals, both the ones you raise and the ones you can't control. Your goats sometimes birth weak kids that die within days. Your chickens are vulnerable to every random sickness sweeping through the village. One odd cough, one strange discharge, one unexpected die-off, and you're left standing helplessly as your food supply shrinks in real time. But even healthy animals bring risks. Pigs, for instance, eat anything, including contaminated waste, and they'll happily pass parasites onto you. Undercooked pork can harbour all sorts of tiny invisible invaders, worms that curl inside your muscles, bacteria that rot your gut, or flukes that hijack your insides like malevolent squatters. You've seen men grow sick and waste away after eating badly butchered pig meat. They groan for days, clutching their bloated stomachs, vomiting bile until they grow too weak to move. Some recover, some don't, and when you slaughter animals, nothing goes to waste. You eat everything: liver, kidneys, heart, stomach lining, even intestines, carefully scraped and boiled. Blood is collected for blood pudding. Feet are stewed into gelatinous soup. Heads are boiled until soft. The brains and tongues scooped out with fingers. You don't do this because you enjoy it. You do it because throwing anything away is unthinkable. Every ounce of fat, every sinew of gristle, every chewy tendon represents one more mouthful that keeps you from collapsing in the fields tomorrow. Even the bones are crushed with rocks and boiled to extract the last drops of marrow. The remaining shards are sometimes ground into a crude flour to stretch your bread further. It's gritty and unpleasant, but you swallow it anyway. You feel the tiny crunch of sand-like particles between your molars, and pray your teeth hold out. Then there are the creatures you never see, but you know they're there. The worms, the parasites. You've known people who vomit up long, thin ribbons of worms that lived inside them for months, quietly feeding on whatever small nourishment their bodies could provide. Children are especially vulnerable, their bellies swollen and distended from infestations they barely understand. And there's no medicine, no deworming pills, no clinics, no understanding of where these worms even come from. The village healer might suggest bitter herbs or purgatives that make you sicker before maybe making you better. But most people simply live with the worms inside them. They adapt to the quiet exhaustion, the chronic weakness, the gnawing pain, as if it's just another part of existence. Like rain, or wind, or hunger. Even the air sometimes tries to kill you. Mould spores swirl invisibly. In damp seasons, entire families develop strange coughs, their lungs heavy with unseen invaders. You've heard the priest blame it on sin, on divine punishment for someone's impure thoughts. You know better. It's the damp. It's always the damp. Damp that seeps into your bedding, into your food stores, into your walls, into your very bones. You feel it when you lie down at night. That clammy, sticky cold pressing against your skin like a second, wet layer of clothing. Insects, too, never stop feeding. They swarm your meagre harvests in the fields. They lay eggs in your stored food. They burrow into your cheese, into your flour, into your sacks of beans. Weevils infest your grain. You sift them out before grinding, but many escape notice. The flour you bake with always carries that faint bitterness, partly from mildew, partly from insect eggs. You tell yourself they're harmless. You tell yourself they're extra protein. You tell yourself anything that lets you keep eating without thinking too hard. And when the environment isn't actively killing your food, it's limiting your ability to even grow it. Your village's tiny fields sit at the mercy of poor tools and worse knowledge. You till the soil with wooden ploughs dragged by oxen that groan under the strain. The wooden blades barely cut through the hardened earth, and stones constantly break the crude metal tips. Without fertilizer, except for sparse amounts of animal dung, the land grows more exhausted each year. Crop yields shrink. The harvest comes in lighter, weaker, thinner than the season before. You know about manure, but there's never enough to cover all the fields. You know about fallow years, but you can't afford to let land sit unused when mouths still need feeding. The soil fights you with every seed, and when blight comes, as it often does, entire fields can blacken overnight. The leaves curl, the stems rot, and the small green shoots you once hoped would feed your family simply die beneath your fingers. Even when your fields cooperate, the forest brings its own dangers. You've gathered wild plants for as long as you can remember. Nettles, chickweed, sorrel, dandelions, and bitter cresses. Every leaf carefully identified, every root cautiously tested. But one mistake can mean death. A wrong mushroom plucked in haste. A bitter root mistaken for its edible cousin. A berry that looks safe but isn't. You remember the story of Marta, who gathered a basket of mushrooms last spring. Her entire family ate the stew that night. By morning two were dead. The others lingered for days, their bellies swollen and eyes glassy as their bodies tore themselves apart. Now, every time you pick wild food, you feel that familiar cold dread creeping into your chest. You inspect, you sniff, you pray. But the fear never fully leaves you. The more you live in this world, the more you realise the truth no one says aloud. The environment is not something you live in. The environment is something you survive. Every meal is a negotiation with rot, with disease, with the invisible dangers hiding inside every bite. And most days, the only real miracle is that you're still breathing. As night returns once again to your small village, the dim glow of the fire illuminates the reality that you've long accepted. This world is designed to starve you. But as you sit in the flickering shadows of your drafty wooden hut, another, quieter truth gnaws at the edge of your mind. Even when food is present, even when your family has managed to scrape together enough roots, grains, and bitter greens, you're still slowly starving. Because hunger in the medieval world isn't just about how much you eat. It's about what you're missing. There are words you don't know yet. vitamins, minerals, micronutrients. But your body knows their absence intimately. You feel it every morning when your legs ache before you've even stood up. You feel it in your teeth, which loosen one by one as scurvy rots your gums. You feel it in the brittle strands of your hair as they fall out in clumps. You feel it in your skin, rough and cracked, splitting open under the constant cold and wind, refusing to heal properly because your diet is an endless loop of carbohydrates and empty roots. The food you eat may fill your stomach temporarily, but it doesn't sustain you. It doesn't rebuild your muscles or strengthen your bones. It doesn't protect you from illness. It barely keeps your organs functioning. You've seen children with bellies bloated from kwashiorkor, a form of protein starvation that leaves them with thin limbs, hollow eyes, and swollen abdomens. You've watched neighbours lose their eyesight as night blindness sets in, robbing them of vision long before age should. And when the winter drags on too long, when supplies run too low, you've heard the whispers of something even more horrifying: starvation madness. It's not uncommon. People lose themselves slowly like a candle burning out. They become disoriented. They wander at night, muttering to unseen figures. Some become violent. Some simply sit down one day and refuse to stand again. Their bodies continue to shrink until they are barely more than bones wrapped in paper-thin skin. And then quietly, they are gone. Even if you avoid these slow deaths, your environment is always waiting to shift beneath you. Because medieval existence is ruled by a calendar you don't control. The planting season begins with a prayer, sometimes with an actual priest walking the fields, chanting Latin verses to beg God's mercy on the seeds you place in the ground. But the seeds don't care about your prayers. Too much rain. Ruin. Too little rain. Ruin. A late frost in May. The shoots wither overnight. A hailstorm in August. Entire fields flattened into mulch. Even when the seasons align perfectly, you're at the mercy of infestations. Insects and rodents wage a quiet war against your food stores year round. You've fought off locust swarms that descend like clouds, stripping the fields bare in hours. You've tried to chase off flocks of hungry crows, pecking at your seedlings before they can sprout. At home, your grain stores constantly fight weevils and beetles. The sacks crawl with tiny invaders. The weevils lay eggs that hatch into larvae, wriggling through the kernels you were counting on to last through winter. You've learned to sift them out as best you can. You've eaten more weevils than you'll ever admit, because removing them all is impossible. And the rats. Always the rats. At night, you hear them in the rafters, in the walls, beneath the floorboards. Their sharp teeth chew through wooden beams, through stored sacks, through everything that stands between them and your food. You've seen entire stores of grain ruined by rats, fouling them with urine and feces. You eat it anyway, because hunger will always be more terrifying than the diseases the rats might carry. Even when the environment allows you to harvest and store food, disease follows closely behind. Spoiled meat carries invisible killers. Salmonella, botulism, listeria, names you don't know, but consequences you do. You've watched people double over with violent stomach cramps after eating questionable sausages, groaning in agony for days, vomiting uncontrollably as their bodies try to purge the tainted food. Some recover, some don't. Spoiled dairy can sour not just in flavour, but in safety. You've seen people slip into fevered deliriums after eating bad cheese, their bodies racked with convulsions as their families helplessly watch. Even bread, your most common food, can kill you. Rye infected with ergot fungus brings St. Anthony's fire, an affliction that ravages your nerves and blood vessels. You've watched victims' limbs turn black and rot while they're still alive, their bodies seized by violent spasms, their minds shredded by hallucinations of demons and fire. Entire villages have fallen into fits of mass hysteria during ergot outbreaks, people screaming into the night as invisible flames consume their senses. Bread, the supposed staff of life, often becomes a weapon wielded by nature itself. Because even after surviving all of this, the rot, the pests, the poisons, the parasites, the climate itself has the final say. Your world is slowly cooling. You live at the early edge of what future historians will call the Little Ice Age, a centuries-long period of colder winters, shorter growing seasons, and erratic harvests. The summers arrive late and leave early. The winters stretch longer. The snow comes heavier. The frost arrives sooner. Crops fail more often. Animals struggle to survive. The land, which once barely sustained you, begins to resent you. The rivers freeze over. The fields turn to mud. The cold seeps through your clothing like a living thing. Your breath fogs constantly as you work in the fields, your numb fingers struggling to grasp the wooden tools. Even the small fires you build in your home seem unable to keep the chill at bay. You huddle closer with your family at night, layering thin, lice-ridden wool blankets over each other as your bodies share what little heat they can generate. And all the while, the hunger waits. Because you know what the cold brings. It brings crop failure. It brings sickness. It brings death. The food you gather, store and guard so desperately will run out faster this year. You feel it before it even happens. You always do. And yet, somehow, life goes on. Because you're not allowed to stop. Tomorrow you'll rise before dawn again. You'll walk out into the mud again. You'll pray for rain. But not too much. You'll hope for sun. But not too hot. You'll plant seeds in soil you know is too thin. You'll gather what weeds and insects you can find to fill tonight's pot. You will scrape your way through one more day, one more meal, one more barely edible stew. Because even in this world that constantly tries to starve you, you have no other choice. Survival isn't guaranteed here. It's earned, one bitter, mouldy, weevil-infested mouthful at a time. And so you swallow your fear. You swallow your pride. You swallow whatever the world offers you. And you pray that you wake up tomorrow to do it again. The first light of dawn slices through the wooden shutters like pale fingers, pulling you from sleep long before you're ready. Not that you were ever truly asleep. In this world, rest is something you bargain for, not something you enjoy. Your stomach growls the moment you open your eyes. It's not polite hunger. It's not the kind of hunger you might know in a modern sense, where you skipped lunch or forgot breakfast. No, this is that deep, familiar emptiness that feels baked into your ribs. Hunger that's been there so long, you've started calling it normal. The embers in the hearth have long since cooled. Your breath fogs in the morning chill as you pull yourself upright from the pile of lice-ridden straw that barely pretends to be a bed. Your joints crack as you move, stiff from days of bending, lifting, hauling, digging, the constant demands your body can't ignore. The hut around you slowly stirs as your family wakes. No one speaks at first. There's nothing to say. Words require energy. Energy requires food. You have very little of either. Outside, the rooster screams its usual accusation. It always sounds personal, like it's blaming you for your own existence. And perhaps, in some cosmic sense, it's right. Because today, just like yesterday, and tomorrow, you will work. You will labour for food that barely sustains you. You will gamble your body against the demands of nature again. And you will lose pieces of yourself as payment. You shuffle outside and feel the earth under your bare, cracked feet. The mud is cold, slick with last night's dew, and smells faintly of manure and rot, a smell that has become your constant companion. The labour begins before the sun fully clears the horizon. First comes the gathering. You and your siblings fan out to the thin strip of farmland your family controls. The field isn't much, just a patch of stubborn, rocky soil that your ancestors have worked for generations. Every inch of it has been turned, seeded, and harvested so many times that the ground itself seems resentful. You grip the handle of your hoe, really just a crudely fastened stick with a rusted metal wedge at the end, and begin chopping at the soil, breaking apart the hardened crust that formed overnight. The dirt is heavy, clumping like wet ash, and your muscles ache with every swing. The work is repetitive and punishing. Every movement sends sharp jabs of pain up your arms, through your back, down your legs. Your knees creak like ancient floorboards. Your shoulders burn. Your hands develop fresh blisters atop old calluses that never fully heal. And yet you keep digging. Because you have to. The field demands constant attention. You uproot weeds that steal what little nutrients remain in the soil. You try to aerate the earth with your crude tools, hoping it will give your barley and rye a better chance. You check the tender green shoots for signs of insects or blight. You swat away gnats that cluster around your sweat-soaked face. You work for hours before the first meal of the day, which isn't really a meal so much as it's a pause. You sit under the shadow of a small gnarled tree, wiping your brow with a sleeve already soaked through. Your mother brings a wooden bowl containing thin pottage, today's version made mostly from wild greens, boiled turnip, and a few sad grains of barley floating near the surface like lost sailors. There is no meat today. There rarely is. You chew slowly, forcing your jaw through the fibrous mass. Every swallow is gritty, each mouthful flavoured with the metallic taste of desperation. It's enough to silence your stomach for another few hours. That's all it needs to do. Because there's more work waiting. After the fields, you move to the animal pens. The goats bleat impatiently, heads poking through the rough wooden slats as they wait for the scraps of food you've gathered for them. The animals, too, live precariously. They starve when you starve. They grow sick when you grow sick. You shovel out their waste with a flat wooden plank, tossing the reeking piles into compost heaps that steam slightly in the cool air. The mixture of rotting straw, animal dung, and spoiled food turns into fertilizer. A bitter gift you'll return to the soil later. You check the chickens next, hoping to find a few eggs. Some mornings you're lucky. Some mornings the nests are empty, the eggs long stolen by rodents or cracked open by crows that slip through the gaps in the wooden fencing. When you find an egg, you handle it like treasure. Protein, fat, rare, precious things. Labour doesn't end with farming. The women's work, which never really earned the title work in the eyes of the Lord, carries its own brutal weight. You watch your mother and sister haul buckets of water from the village well. The path is long, the buckets heavy, their wooden handles cutting into already bruised hands. The water sloshes out with every unsteady step, but they dare not stop. Water is life, even if that life might be hiding invisible parasites. Inside, they stir the pottage pot again, endlessly adding, subtracting, adjusting. New scraps go in. The old stew boils down into an unholy sludge of yesterday's flavours mixed with today's hope. The pot is rarely fully emptied. It simply evolves. They also spin wool from the family's small flock of sheep, twisting rough fibres between their fingers to create thread. The wool is coarse, the process tedious. The finished fabric will be stiff, itchy, and full of imperfections. But it will cover you through another winter, and that's all that matters. In the afternoons, you forage. Foraging is always a gamble. You walk the forest edges, searching for edible greens, berries, and mushrooms. Your eyes scan the ground constantly, trying to differentiate between salvation and poison. Wild garlic, chickweed, sorrel. These are safe. Mushrooms. Far less so. You've memorised the shapes, colours, and textures your mother taught you as a child. But even the elders get it wrong. One mistake could mean a family's slow, painful death. You pick cautiously. The basket fills slowly. By the time the sun begins to set, your body protests with every movement. Your arms tremble. Your legs burn. Your head pulses with a dull ache born from dehydration, hunger, and sheer exhaustion. Your fingernails are blackened from dirt. Your skin is dry and cracked. Flea bites swell along your legs, and lice burrow into your scalp. You scratch absently, having long since grown used to the constant itching. You glance at your father, who moves with a stiffness that tells you exactly how many years of this labour he's endured. His spine curves unnaturally from decades of bending. His hands are little more than knotted clubs of bone and scar tissue. You know your future because you can see it standing right beside you. You know you will become him, if you're lucky, because luck is the only way anyone survives here. The sun hangs low now, casting long shadows that stretch across your narrow strip of land. You pause briefly to straighten your back, a risky move since every vertebra protests with a crunch like old timber. For one brief moment, you allow yourself to breathe. You don't stop because you're done. You stop because your body demands a truce before it simply gives up. But the work isn't over. It never is. Your wooden hoe lies nearby, its handle worn smooth where your hands have gripped it day after day, year after year. The iron tip is pitted and chipped, barely clinging to the wood after countless impacts with hidden stones in the shallow earth. Metal is rare here. The village blacksmith struggles to keep tools repaired, but iron is expensive, and most peasants can't afford replacements. So tools are patched, bound with scraps of leather, or simply forced to work long past the point of functionality. You know the rhythm of your failing tools, as well as you know your own heartbeat. Dig, clunk, jarred elbow. Dig, snag on stone, spine twisting sharply. Dig, splinter, another sliver embedded in your palm. Each day your tools become a little less helpful. Each day you become a little more broken. And even as you toil, your labour serves more than just your family. Because everything you grow, everything you harvest, everything you forage must be shared, often unwillingly, with those above you. Your Lord demands his tithe, a portion of your grain, a portion of your livestock, a portion of your already meagre existence. The church demands its tithe as well, 1/10 of whatever remains, handed over as a holy obligation. If you refuse, you sin. If you fail, you starve. What's left after these obligations is rarely enough, and so you work harder, stretching yourself thinner with each season hoping to produce enough to satisfy the demands of your overlords while leaving just enough to keep your family breathing through winter. You are not simply farming. You are feeding a machine that was built to ensure your continued poverty. When harvest finally arrives, you work even harder. There's no celebration when the crops ripen, only desperation. The window is short. Storms threaten the fragile grain. Heavy winds can flatten entire fields overnight. Unexpected rains can turn ripe stalks into rotting piles of sludge. You rise before the sun and cut through fields with sickles. Your arms swinging mechanically, your back bent into a permanent curve. Your family works beside you, including the smallest children. Even toddlers are given small bundles to carry. No one is spared. The air fills with the sound of blades slicing stalks, of rasping breaths, of flies buzzing in the thick, heavy heat. The sun pounds down relentlessly. There is no shade, there are no breaks. Water is scarce. Sweat pours from your body in rivers, soaking your tunic until it clings to your skin like a damp shroud. Blisters form, then burst, then bleed. You keep cutting, because every stalk saved is one more meal. Every bundle gathered is one more chance to make it through winter. And if you fail, if the weather betrays you, if illness strikes, if rats break into the storage barns, you beg, or you steal, or you die. There are no food banks, no social safety nets, no relief efforts. The only mercy comes from the occasional charity of the church, which offers stale bread and thin soup to the most desperate in exchange for piety, confession, and endless humility. But even that charity depends on the surplus of others, and often there is none. Your neighbours will not share if it means starving their own children. You wouldn't either. Your body deteriorates quietly over the years. Joints swell and stiffen. Muscles strain and tear. Wounds fester and scar. Bones fracture from accidents that receive no treatment beyond rough splints and whispered prayers. Your teeth loosen. Your hearing dims. Your vision blurs. You're not old, you're simply broken. The work doesn't stop. Not for pain. Not for illness. Not for grief. Even when your father's cough grew worse last winter, the wet, rattling sound filling the hut each night, he worked until the fever took him. And when your mother sobbed softly over his body, wrapped in rough linen for burial, you still rose the next day to tend the fields. Because grief doesn't plant seeds. Grief doesn't gather firewood. Grief doesn't fill the stew pot. The earth cares nothing for your loss. And so the next generation is already being prepared. The children mimic the labour they see. Tiny hands learn to weed, to gather, to sort, to grind. Your younger brother follows you into the field each morning, gripping a miniature hoe his father carved for him. His shoulders already hunch as he copies your movements, learning early what his life will demand. There is no schooling, no childhood as you might imagine it. Only smaller versions of adult burdens. The only education children receive is from watching the endless, back-breaking labour of those who came before them. Some families, unable to survive on farming alone, turn to crafts. The village tanner works with rotting animal hides, scraping flesh and hair with dull knives, soaking skins in vats of urine and lime, until the stench makes your eyes water from 20 paces away. The cooper shapes rough barrels from green wood, sealing them imperfectly to hold water, grain, or salted meat. The blacksmith pounds rusted iron into crude tools, his arms burned and scarred from flying sparks. Each trade brings its own hazards. The tanner breathes in toxic fumes daily. The cooper's hands blister and split from constant handling of sharp wood. The blacksmith's lungs blacken from the constant smoke. But even these trades offer little protection from hunger. Their products are bartered for food. And when food is scarce, no one has much to offer. As dusk falls, you return to your hut. You sit by the fire, if wood could be spared for it, and eat your evening pottage. The same endless stew, thickened with turnips and wild greens, flavoured by whatever scraps were gathered during the day. Sometimes the stew tastes sour. Sometimes you recognise the faint hint of rot. Sometimes you pretend not to notice. The hunger never truly leaves you. The labour never truly ends. And as you pull your lice-ridden blanket over your aching body, you wonder, not for the first time, if this will finally be the winter that breaks you. Because deep down, you know the truth. The struggle isn't to live. The struggle is to die as slowly as possible. The night offers little comfort, but the few hours of sleep your body managed to steal are enough to allow you to rise again. The dawn doesn't gently greet you. It pulls you up by the throat. The air is cold and damp, as if the walls of your hut weep each night with you. You don't stretch when you wake. Stretching only reminds you how tight your back has grown, how stiff your joints feel, how every tendon in your body has calcified into its permanent state of pain. The fire is cold, always cold. You stare at the small pile of kindling, carefully rationed so it won't run out before the next gathering trip into the forest. Fuel, like everything else in your life, is a resource that can kill you if mismanaged. There's no breakfast waiting. Your first meal today, as every day, will come much later, if at all. You sip weak ale instead. The ale is flat, barely fermented, and tastes like damp grain that has been stepped on by the village animals. But it's safe. It won't kill you like the water might. The children sip it too, their young faces gaunt but disciplined. Hunger matures everyone here faster than any lesson could. As the sun crests low over the trees, the day's work begins again, same as it did yesterday, same as it will tomorrow. This is not labour designed to produce wealth. This is labour designed to fight off extinction for one more day. You head toward the communal fields today. Your own strip of land isn't enough to keep your family alive through winter. So like many villagers, you contribute labour to the Lord's domain, his personal fields, which the peasants must work for free several days a week under the feudal contract that governs your existence. You owe him this service. The arrangement was written centuries before you were born, and you have inherited this debt like you inherited your father's misshapen back and your mother's hunger-hardened hands. Other villagers join you, their faces hollowed by years of labour. You see your neighbours, men who were once boys you played with, now age prematurely into greying, broken versions of themselves. You see women with permanent calluses on their palms, arms thickened from years of hauling water, and shoulders hunched from balancing firewood and baskets heavier than some of the children clinging to their skirts. The steward arrives on horseback, a plump, flushed man draped in fine wool, his boots polished, his beard oiled. He does not dismount. He surveys you all with the kind of cold detachment one might reserve for livestock. He counts bodies, not souls, ensuring there are enough peasants to bring in the harvest. Then he turns and trots away, leaving only hoof prints in the mud and another unspoken threat hanging in the air. Fail, and you'll pay for it. You begin by clearing debris from the Lord's fields. Branches fallen from the winter storms, rocks dislodged by the thaw, clumps of earth packed too tightly for the plough to break. Your hands are numb within the first hour. The chill seeps through your bones, while your muscles burn with each lift, each drag, each shove. The larger stones require several men to heave together, grunting and panting in unison, like a dying animal trying to breathe. Once the fields are cleared, you move on to planting. The seeds are precious. Every handful represents future survival. Dropping even one is a sin against your own existence. You walk in measured rows, bent low, dropping seeds into shallow furrows, while another follows behind, covering them with soil using nothing more than bare feet or crude wooden rakes. There's no machine, no shortcut, no comfort. The work demands everything your body has left to give. And still, while you labour, you gamble. You gamble that these seeds won't drown in unexpected floods, won't wither under drought, won't freeze under unseasonable frost, won't rot in the mud, won't be eaten by mice before they sprout. You plant not with hope, but with desperate bargaining. If nature allows it, these tiny grains will become thin stalks of rye or barley. If not, your family will starve. When the planting ends, you shift to maintenance. You weed by hand, yanking stubborn plants from the ground, your fingers splitting open against the stiff roots, your nails cracked and caked with dirt and blood. Blisters form, pop, and harden into new calluses. Flies swarm around your sweat-slicked skin, crawling into your ears, your mouth, your eyes. You no longer flinch or swat them away. They are as much a part of this world as the soil itself. The afternoons offer heavier work, hauling wood, repairing fences that pen the Lord's livestock, dredging ditches to drain the flooded sections of the field. You carry logs heavier than you should be able to manage, your knees shaking, your back arching unnaturally under the load. There are no beasts of burden today. The oxen have already been rented to another estate, whose lord offered more grain as payment. That leaves only your body. As the sun arcs downward, your shoulders sag under the weight of fatigue, but there is no stopping. There is always something to repair, something to carry, something to mend before darkness falls and makes the work impossible. Evening brings one small mercy, the communal oven. Once a week, villagers are permitted to bake whatever bread they have managed to produce from their own grain rations. You queue with others, waiting your turn. The bread you pull from the oven is dense and flat, the crust darkened by uneven heat, the inside coarse and pocked with air holes from rushed fermentation. The flour was stretched thin with ground acorns and beans to make it last. There may be traces of grit or even ground bone, anything to bulk out the meal. You cradled a warm loaf as though it were a newborn. Bread means life. Bread means another few days of sustenance, another few mornings where your children will wake up breathing. Bread means you will work again tomorrow. You return to your hut by torchlight, the flickering flames casting long, jagged shadows across the narrow lanes of your village. Dogs bark, goats bleat, and chickens squawk as people file into their homes, pulling wooden doors closed behind them. The fires inside flicker weakly, the smoke curling through poorly patched roofs into the cold night air. You sit by your family's hearth, watching your mother stir the stew pot. She ladles thin pottage into wooden bowls, carefully dividing it between your siblings. A few wilted greens float beside boiled roots, and one lonely scrap of salted meat that was stretched across the entire pot. You eat in silence, chewing slowly to make the meal last. The children finish first and curl up against each other beneath the shared woolen blanket. You sit longer, scraping the last remnants from your bowl. swallowing more air than the food as you force your body to believe it has eaten enough. The fire burns lower. The cold creeps back into the corners of the room. The wind howls through gaps in the timber walls. You wrap your arms around your knees, feeling the ache in every joint, the tight pull in your muscles, the bruises on your shoulders. You do not allow yourself to wonder how long you can endure this. That question is dangerous. That question leads to weakness. Instead, you stare at the glowing embers and quietly promise yourself that you will rise again tomorrow. You have to. Your family depends on it. In the medieval world, the labour never ends. There is no finish line. There is only another day, and another after that, and another after that, until your body finally refuses to rise. The morning after is always worse. Your muscles are stiff, like wooden beams locked into place overnight. The cold has set into your joints, and you feel its grip every time you move, every time you breathe. The straw you slept on offers no comfort, just lumps, sharp twigs, and the steady itch of lice crawling across your skin. Your legs are sore from walking. Your arms are sore from lifting. Even your fingers ache from constant gripping, scraping and pulling. But pain is not an excuse. Pain is not even interesting. It's simply the background music of your existence. The day's work has no beginning because, in truth, it never stopped. The labour you did yesterday only created more work for today. Yesterday you planted. Today you checked the seedlings. Yesterday you patched the fence. Today you chase off animals that found a hole you missed. Yesterday you gathered wood. Today you gather more, because you know winter is always one bad week away from arriving early. Your first task is to fetch water. The well sits at the centre of the village, its worn stone edges slick with moss. The bucket is heavy, the rope rough against your hands. You haul the water slowly, trying not to lose too much to splashes. Each drop matters, especially when you have to carry it back across uneven ground without spilling. The buckets dig red lines into your shoulders. The weight strains your back. But you keep moving. You've made this trip so many times that you no longer see it as a chore. It's simply what mornings demand. Water fetched, you move to the livestock pens. The goats and chickens need feeding. The pigs need slop. The animals complain loudly as you work, but you barely hear them anymore. They too are part of the daily rhythm. Hungry mouths that demand food even when there's barely enough for the humans who care for them. Their waste piles up daily, fouling the air and attracting flies by the thousands. You shovel the muck with your flat wooden spade, your nose long since numb to the stench. The day warms, but the heat brings no comfort. The sun beats down on your exposed neck and arms, cooking your skin beneath layers of dirt and sweat. You work beneath its glare, eyes half squinted, your tunic soaked and heavy. You haven't truly been clean in years. Bathing is rare and dangerous. The water is filthy, and many believe that washing too often invites sickness. So you live wrapped in your own grime, layer upon layer, season after season. By midday, you're out in the fields again, checking traps. You walk carefully through the forest edge, eyes trained to spot snare lines and small game. Today, you're lucky. A single rabbit twitches inside the woven cord. You dispatch it quickly, thanking God under your breath for the rare addition of meat to your family's pottage. The carcass is thin, barely a few mouthfuls of meat, but in this world, even a scrawny rabbit is a treasure. You gut and skin the animal where you stand, using a knife so dull you can feel the blade struggling with every stroke. The guts spill out into the grass, a messy pile of organs that you will carry back to be boiled down into broth. Nothing is wasted. The skin will be dried for patchwork. The bones will be cracked for marrow. Even the blood will be saved. The rest of the afternoon is spent gathering firewood. The forest is picked clean near the village, so you walk farther each time, your feet sinking into soft mud as you navigate dense undergrowth. You scan the ground constantly, searching for fallen branches that are dry enough to burn, but not too decayed to be useful. The branches are heavy. You bundle them together with rope and drag them back across uneven paths, your legs screaming with every step. The firewood will barely last a few days. You'll need to repeat this task again before the week is over. As evening approaches, you return home just as the other villagers drift back to their huts. The narrow paths are crowded with carts loaded with foraged greens, baskets of acorns, tiny bundles of herbs, and whatever else people manage to collect before nightfall. Faces are drawn, eyes hollow, voices quiet. No one wastes energy on conversation unless necessary. At home, your mother tends the stew pot again. Tonight, she adds the rabbit meat, carefully portioning it to stretch across multiple meals. The pottage bubbles softly, releasing a thin steam that smells of boiled roots, old greens, and faintly of meat. The smell makes your stomach ache, not because the food is good, but because your body remembers what hunger feels like and demands satisfaction. You sit cross-legged by the fire, holding your bowl close. The stew is thin, but warmer than the air around you. You sip it slowly, letting each mouthful linger. The rabbit is tough and stringy, the vegetables bitter, but you savour it anyway. You glance at your siblings as they eat, their tiny faces focused on their bowls, as though nothing else exists in the world. Your father speaks only once, softly. "We made it another day." No one answers. The fire cracks softly. The wind howls outside. After the meal, you tend to the tools. The wooden handles of the hoes need reinforcing. The sickles need sharpening, though the whetstone is worn down to a nub. Your fingers are clumsy with exhaustion, but you work carefully. Tools are life. A broken sickle can mean a failed harvest. A splintered hoe can cost you days you don't have. Metal is expensive, difficult to replace, and often shared among families. The tools finished, you patch the roof again, stuffing new straw between the gaps where rain leaks through. You know it won't hold long, but winter will punish every hole it can find. The more you can block now, the less frostbite you'll fight later. Before sleep, your mother stitches torn clothing. The fabric is rough, stiff from wear and sweat, but every stitch buys you another week before your tunic gives out. You've worn the same clothing for years. Shoes, if you have them, are little more than scraps of leather wrapped with string, offering minimal protection against the sharp rocks and frozen mud. Finally, you collapse onto your straw bed. The lice stir immediately, their tiny legs prickling your skin as they crawl through your hair and across your arms. You scratch absently, too tired to care. The wind rattles the shutters. The hut groans as the beams settle. You close your eyes. And still, the same thought circles in your mind. Tomorrow you will rise. Tomorrow you will work. Tomorrow you will bend your back to the earth again. Because here, in the medieval world, the labour never ends. It doesn't reward you. It doesn't care about your fatigue, or your hunger, or your pain. It demands your body, your breath, your blood, and you give it all every day until there is nothing left to give. This is not work for prosperity. This is not work for progress. This is work to delay death. Work to buy another thin meal. Work to steal one more breath before the earth reclaims you. In the medieval world, the struggle isn't about building a better life. It's about surviving long enough to suffer through the next day. And so, you sleep, if you can, because morning always comes. And when it does, you'll be waiting, broken and hungry, ready to begin again, too. You rise again, but this time, as you step outside and glance up toward the Lord's manor on the hill, you are reminded of the deeper truth beneath your daily labour. This world isn't just cruel because of nature. It's cruel because it was built that way. You are not simply poor because the harvest failed, or because the earth is unkind. You are poor because someone else demands that you remain so. The Lord's house is visible from nearly every point in the village, not because the land needs a watchman, but because the system needs a constant reminder. The heavy stone walls, the polished banners flapping gently in the breeze, the armed guards stationed by the gate, all of it silently repeating the same message every day. You are beneath us. Your labour feeds them. Your tithes clothe them. Your suffering enriches them. And you will never reach that hill. You belong to a system designed centuries before you were born. A system that ensures that you and your children will never rise above this dirt, no matter how hard you work. Even if your crops thrive. Even if your livestock multiplies. Even if you break your back in the field from sunrise to darkness every single day, your position will not change. You are born a peasant, and you will die a peasant. That's how it works. That's how it has always worked. The nobles live in a world parallel to yours. Their food, though not always safer, is more plentiful. Their homes, though drafty and disease-ridden in their own right, are still fortresses compared to your leaking hut. Their clothing, their servants, their carriages, their land holdings, none of these things came from their labour. They came from yours. You see it whenever one of the Lord's processions passes through the village. The noble family rides on well-fed horses, draped in imported fabrics you've never touched, escorted by armoured knights whose equipment costs more than your entire family will ever earn in their lifetimes. Behind them follow wagons loaded with barrels of wine, baskets of preserved fruits, and sacks of flour fine enough to turn into soft, white bread. The kind you've only heard about in passing stories, almost mythological in its softness. They pass by without looking at you. You bow your head automatically as they approach, not out of respect, but out of survival. Making eye contact with a noble is dangerous. Even appearing insolent can invite punishment. You've seen it happen. A farmer lashed for standing too upright in front of his betters. A woman struck for not moving aside quickly enough. A child cuffed across the head for simply staring too long. You lower your gaze. You blend into the background. You become invisible. Because here, visibility invites violence. The tax collector visits next. He arrives not with polite requests, but with written demands, handed down from the steward. You owe grain, livestock, eggs, a percentage of your already thin harvest. Failure to pay results in fines, which quickly spiral into debt. Debt leads to the seizure of what little you have left. Your tools, your land rights, your livestock, your home. Your family already owes more than it can pay. Everyone does. That's the design. The debt never shrinks. The goal isn't to collect it. The goal is to keep you in place, frightened, desperate, compliant. The church demands its share as well. 1/10 of everything you grow or gather must be offered to God through the priest. The priest reminds you often that failing to tithe isn't just theft, it's sin. And sin carries a cost far worse than starvation, eternal damnation. The priest himself lives modestly compared to the Lord, but still far better than you. His robes are clean, his meals are regular, his hut stands alone, spacious by village standards. He can read, you cannot. He speaks to God on your behalf, and you believe him because you've been taught that to doubt him is to doubt God himself. His sermons remind you often of your place. Humility is praised, submission is righteous, suffering is holy. You are told that your hunger is part of God's plan, that your suffering is noble, that your reward will come not in this life, but in the next. Heaven awaits the obedient. Hell devours the rebellious. You cling to these promises because they are the only comfort available. After the tithes are collected, what remains of your harvest barely fills your storage bins. You run your hands through the small pile of grain, watching the weevils scatter as the light disturbs them. This is what you will eat. This is what you will try to make last. And still, your obligations aren't over. You owe days of unpaid labour to the Lord, corvée work, helping to maintain his roads, his bridges, his grain stores. You owe him portions of any animals you slaughter, any goods you barter, any fish you catch. You owe him your sons, should he call them to war. You owe him your daughters, should he desire servants for his household. There are no rights here. There are only obligations. And should you complain, should you protest, there is always the threat of violence. The Lord's men carry authority backed by swords and clubs. A disobedient peasant can be beaten, imprisoned, or worse, and no one will speak for you. No one will rise in your defence. The others are just as afraid as you are. Fear keeps the system running. You are not only poor, you are humiliated daily. Even your language reminds you. You address nobles as my lord or my lady. You kneel, you bow, you avert your eyes. Your speech remains simple, deferential, careful. You have no voice here. The clothes you wear betray your station as well. The coarse wool tunic you own is patched, stained, stiff with years of dirt and sweat. The nobles dress in layers of imported linen, bright dyes, and silks that shimmer even under cloudy skies. You see the colours as they ride by. Blues, reds, purples, shades you could never afford, even if you saved for decades. The laws ensure this too. Sumptuary laws dictate who can wear what colours, what fabrics, what ornaments. Even if you found gold on the roadside, you couldn't legally wear it. Such luxury is reserved for those born into power. When the noble family feasts, you hear the music drift down the hill on still nights. The laughter, the songs, the clinking of goblets filled with sweetened wines you'll never taste. Roasted game birds, pork glazed with honey, rare spices traded from distant lands, all within walking distance, yet infinitely beyond your reach. You sit by your small fire, gnawing on dense bread and thin pottage, and pretend you don't hear them. Pretend you don't know how different your world is from theirs, because acknowledging it only sharpens the hunger that never leaves you. This is not just poverty, this is engineered inequality. A hierarchy so deeply embedded into every moment of your life that you hardly question it anymore. The world above you is unreachable. The world around you is unforgiving. And the world within you is slowly being hollowed out by forces far greater than your own effort could ever hope to resist. You don't live in the medieval system. You serve it. You fuel it. You sustain it, and you suffer for it. By the time the sun climbs high overhead, the village comes alive in its daily rhythm of humiliation. Small reminders at every turn of who belongs where and who never will. You step outside your hut after a morning of exhausting labour and watch as the steward's men march into the village square. Their boots sink slightly into the mud, but they don't seem to care. They wear hardened leather and thick wool cloaks, their hands resting lazily on the pommels of swords you could never dream of owning. Their presence isn't necessary to maintain peace. It's necessary to maintain obedience. They don't look at you as they set up the Lord's mobile weighing table. Another round of grain measurements will happen today. Another count of livestock. Another tally of debts. You line up with the others, carrying a sack of barley slung over your aching shoulders. The line moves slowly, not because of the task, but because of the ceremony. Every peasant bows before approaching the scales. Every peasant offers rehearsed words of obedience. The steward measures the grain, always announcing loudly how much is owed to the Lord and how much remains. The peasants at the front nod and smile nervously, though you can see the tightness in their jaws. Everyone knows the weights are rigged. Everyone knows that more will be taken than what is truly owed, but no one dares speak. To question the steward is to question the Lord, and to question the Lord is to court ruin. When it is finally your turn, you step forward and lower the sack onto the scale with a grunt. The steward looks you over, as though appraising not just your grain, but your entire worth as a human being. He tilts his head slightly, pretending to consider the weight before announcing the amount owed. It's more than last time. It's always more than last time. You nod, swallowing your frustration. To argue would be worse than futile. It would be dangerous. You offer the customary words, "Thank you, my Lord's grace." He nods, as if granting mercy, and gestures for you to move along. The sack feels light when you lift it back onto your shoulder, because much of it is now gone. You know you won't recover what was taken. You'll simply have to tighten your belt through winter. Again. The steward's men continue their work as you walk away. You hear the faint sounds of others being measured and shorted. You hear the occasional weeping when a family realizes how little remains for them, and you hear the steward's calm, rehearsed words each time. Your Lord shows mercy. Remember his generosity. Generosity. The word burns like acid. There is no generosity here, only extraction. You reach the edge of the village, where the manor workers prepare for one of the Lord's feasts. Large carts arrive, filled with sacks of imported flour, wheels of cheese from distant markets, barrels of salted fish, jugs of honey, crates of dried fruits, and bolts of cloth dyed in colours you've never seen. A group of servants unloads the wagons while the Lord's cook directs them. The ingredients represent wealth beyond your comprehension. You pause for a moment, not to admire, but to memorize. As if by observing, you might capture a fraction of that abundance. The cook yells at one of the servants for dropping a crate. The servant apologizes, but the cook strikes him anyway. A quick backhand that sends the boy stumbling into the mud. The boy bows deeply, whispering apologies, his face flushed and eyes lowered. You flinch instinctively, because you know that could just as easily be you. You've seen worse punishments dealt for lesser offences. The Lord himself steps briefly into view, his heavy cloak trailing behind him, embroidered with gold thread. His beard is neatly trimmed, his hands adorned with rings that sparkle even in the pale daylight. You've never spoken to him directly. Most peasants never do. His voice is soft, almost dismissive, as he gives instructions to a steward before disappearing back into the manor. To him, you are not even a person. You are one of many, an indistinct figure in the background, interchangeable and replaceable. The feasting hall, you know, will be filled tonight with meats you've never tasted. Wild boar, roasted goose, venison draped in sauces made from spices imported from lands you've only heard of through whispered stories, dishes dusted with cinnamon, cloves and nutmeg, spices whose cost could feed your entire village for weeks. The nobles will dine for hours, sipping wine and mead, while minstrels play songs about honour and bravery, as if those concepts have anything to do with the lives they lead. Meanwhile, you will eat your usual pottage. When you return home, you pass by the house of the reeve, one of your own, but elevated above you. The reeve enforces the lord's rules among the peasants, assigned to collect dues, mediate minor disputes, and deliver punishments. His position affords him certain privileges: a slightly larger house, better clothing, occasional extra rations. He walks among you as both neighbour and overseer. You cannot hate him entirely. He is trapped too. But you do not trust him either. In the evenings you sometimes overhear whispered conversations between villagers. Quiet complaints about the steward's unfair weights, about rising tithes, about the reeve's growing arrogance. But the whispers die quickly. No one dares speak too loudly. Informants are everywhere. Even family members are sometimes forced to report each other to avoid punishment. You never know who might be listening. Control is not just maintained through force. It's maintained through fear. Not fear of war or monsters, but of each other. Fear that speaking will bring suffering, not just on yourself, but on your family. Even inside your own hut, the walls feel thin. Secrets feel dangerous. Every thought must be weighed, every word rehearsed. At the market square, the differences between classes are on full display. The travelling merchants set up stalls selling goods you cannot afford: iron tools, leather boots, foreign fabrics, polished knives, spices, glass beads. You walk past these stalls like a ghost, knowing these luxuries exist, but never daring to imagine yourself owning them. You carry your small basket of onions and turnips to barter for salt and dried fish. Necessities, not indulgences. You watch as the noble family servants purchase entire baskets of fruit, bolts of cloth, strings of fine beads, all paid for with silver coins you've only seen once or twice in your life. The merchants bow deeply, offering practiced smiles to the wealthy buyers. To you, they barely glance, as though your presence were little more than a breeze passing by. Children from noble households walk through the square under the watchful eyes of their tutors and guards. They wear clean linen shirts, soft shoes, and cloaks pinned with polished brooches. Their cheeks are full, their hair clean, their fingers soft and unscarred. They point at market stalls with casual curiosity, asking questions about things you've spent your entire life harvesting and preparing. You hear one child ask, "Why do the peasants look so dirty, father?" The nobleman glances at you, then answers in a voice loud enough for you to hear, "Because God made them that way, my son, and it is their duty to serve." The boy nods as though learning some simple fact of nature. You say nothing. You keep walking. This is not just poverty. This is design. You were born into a world that wrote the script for your life before your first breath. The hierarchy is not questioned, because it is presented as natural, as eternal, as ordained. The nobility hold power not because they earned it, but because they inherited it. You are taught that your place is also inherited. To rise above it would not only be impossible, but will violate the natural order itself. The Church reinforces this truth every Sunday. You kneel on cold stone floors inside the chapel while the priest reads from Latin texts you do not understand. The sermons remind you that the meek shall inherit the earth, but only after death. In this life, meekness is your duty. The stained glass windows show saints and martyrs who suffered nobly. You are told to emulate them. Suffering is purification. Hunger is humility. Labour is virtue. The Lord may rule your body, but God rules your soul. You clutch these words tightly, not because you fully believe them, but because they are all you have. In this system, humiliation is not incidental. It is the foundation. It is the weight pressing down on you every moment of your life. It is the chain wrapped around your neck, disguised as piety and duty, and you carry it because there is no alternative. This is your station. This is your role. This is your life. And you know, as you fall asleep once again, that you will wake tomorrow beneath the same sky, beneath the same Lord, beneath the same system that has always owned you. The days bleed into each other like water soaking into mud, indistinct, heavy, and inescapable. As you rise once more to meet another dawn, you feel the weight of something heavier than exhaustion or hunger. You feel the weight of the system itself, bearing down on your existence like a great stone you were born beneath. The weight does not lessen over time. You simply grow used to being crushed. Today, the Lord holds court. It is not a trial in the way you might imagine from stories. This is not a place where arguments are weighed and justice is carefully measured. This is theatre, a performance where guilt and innocence bend before wealth, power, and influence. The peasants gather in the square, standing shoulder to shoulder, heads bowed as the Lord and his appointed reeve sit beneath a makeshift awning, flanked by guards whose presence is the only law that truly matters. The first man brought forward today is accused of stealing a sack of grain from his neighbour's storage barn. He weeps as he's forced to his knees, his face gaunt, his ribs pressing against the thin fabric of his tunic. The steward reads the charge in a voice that carries across the square, making sure everyone hears. The man begs for mercy, explaining that his children were starving, that the rats had taken most of his own grain, that the winter was harder than expected. He says this as though mercy exists here. The Lord barely listens. His steward announces the sentence: a fine that the man cannot possibly pay. His remaining goat will be seized, and he will owe further labour to make up for the rest. His children cry quietly nearby, their small bodies shaking. No one comforts them. No one dares. The sentence is not designed to make him whole again. It is designed to remind everyone else what happens when you step outside the lines drawn for you. Another case follows. A woman accused of speaking disrespectfully about the steward's wife. No witnesses are presented. Her neighbour's word is enough. She is beaten publicly, her back striped with lashes as she sobs, then dismissed into the mud, blood soaking through her simple dress. The villagers stare at their feet as it happens. Everyone pretends not to hear the sound she makes. Everyone learns the same lesson. Silence is survival. The nobles watch with mild amusement, sipping from cups of wine brought to them by servants. To them, this is not cruelty. This is order. It is not about punishing the guilty. It is about maintaining the correct arrangement of power. This is not justice, this is maintenance. Later that afternoon, you work alongside other villagers repairing a section of the Lord's Road that washed out during the spring rains. The labour is brutal. Heavy stones are dragged and placed by hand, the uneven surface turning every step into a potential fall. The Lord Steward oversees the work, barking orders as though you are livestock too slow to respond. He rides a fat, well-fed horse that watches you with bored eyes. One of the men next to you stumbles and drops his end of the stone. The steward lashes him with a riding crop without even pausing his sentence. The man gasps but doesn't cry out. Crying out would only invite more. He straightens up, grips the stone again, and continues working. This is how discipline is enforced here, not with elaborate prisons or long trials, but with immediate public humiliation. Pain is cheap and efficient. It keeps order better than any written law. By the time the work ends, your hands are raw, your shoulders numb from the strain. You shuffle back toward the village, your legs trembling from the effort. As you pass the manor house again, you catch a glimpse of the noble children playing in the enclosed gardens behind high stone walls. Their laughter carries on the wind, pure and carefree, utterly disconnected from the world you inhabit. They chase each other across carefully manicured grass, wearing soft, brightly coloured clothes that would fetch a year's worth of food in your world. Their tutors smile indulgently as they play. Servants stand by with trays of sugared fruit and chilled wine. You stare for only a moment before forcing yourself to look away. You don't envy them anymore. Envy requires hope. And hope, you've learned, is a dangerous indulgence. When you reach your hut, your mother is already preparing the evening meal. Another thin pottage stretched with water and foraged greens. A single strip of dried meat floats in the broth, a sliver of flavour rationed carefully. You sit with your family around the fire as the stew simmers. The children eat quickly, hungrily, but silently. Hunger has taught them discipline from an early age. Your mother recites quiet prayers as she stirs the pot, thanking God for what little you have. The words are automatic, like the breathing of a person who knows there's no alternative. Your father says little. His face is drawn, his hands resting on his knees, fingers curled into claws from years of gripping tools. His back remains slightly bent even while sitting. His eyes flicker toward the shuttered window, as though half expecting the steward's men to arrive again, demanding more. Later that night, you sit alone outside the hut, staring up at the stars. The sky is clear tonight, the pinpricks of light vast and countless. For a moment, the world feels almost peaceful, but even that is an illusion. The stars do not belong to you, nothing does. You're not free to travel. You cannot leave. You are tied to this land, to this village, to this lord, by laws older than memory. The borders between villages, manors, and estates are invisible but absolute. You need permission to move beyond them. Without it, you're nothing more than a vagrant, an outlaw whose life may be taken without consequence. Even if you wish to leave, where would you go? The next village is no different. The next lord no kinder. The next harvest no more reliable. You are trapped not just by land, but by design. The church tells you that this order is sacred, that God himself placed the nobles above you, and you beneath them. You recite these teachings every week, your lips moving as the priest intones the familiar words. You nod when the steward preaches duty and humility. You bow when the noble family passes, But some nights, like tonight, you wonder, quietly, silently, if perhaps God is not watching as closely as you've been told, if perhaps the heavens are indifferent, like the earth, like the rain, like the rats that scurry through your storage bins. You quickly crush these thoughts. They are dangerous. They lead nowhere but ruin. Doubt is a privilege reserved for those who do not starve. Instead, you whisper the prayers anyway, not because you believe them, but because they are all you have. Tomorrow will bring more work, more taxes, more humiliation. The cycle will repeat as it always does. But for tonight, beneath a sky that offers neither comfort nor judgment, you allow yourself one stolen moment of stillness before sleep reclaims you. And you pray, as you always do, not for freedom, not for justice, not even for peace. You pray simply to survive. The sun rises again, as it always does, indifferent to the weight of the world it illuminates. As you open your eyes, your body heavy with the familiar ache of unending labour, you prepare for yet another day under the gaze of a system that was never built to serve you. You stretch only slightly, knowing the pain will follow, and stand to face the world that has already decided who you are allowed to be. Today is a holy day, a feast day according to the church calendar. The village prepares for it in ways that feel more burdensome than celebratory. The banners are unfurled, faded cloth symbols of wealth you cannot touch. The priests' voices echo across the square, urging everyone to be grateful, to kneel, to give thanks. You kneel because everyone kneels. Gratitude is mandatory. The homilies drone on, speaking of divine order, of the nobility's sacred duty to guide, and of your sacred duty to obey. You are reminded that God has placed everyone where they belong. The lords rule by his grace. The peasants serve by his will. The poor will inherit the kingdom of heaven, but only after enduring what is required on earth. There's a brief moment of hope on feast days. Charity bread. The nobles order extra loaves baked and distributed to the villagers, a spectacle meant to reinforce their benevolence. You stand in line, watching as servants hand out small portions of bread and, sometimes, a thin slice of cheese. It is not enough to fill you, but enough to keep you quiet. The bread is lighter than what you usually eat, made from finer flour, less grit mixed into its body. It tastes strange, almost sweet, as your tongue remembers what real wheat can be. You savour each bite, even as you know it's a display. You are meant to feel grateful. You are meant to see this as generosity rather than manipulation. The feast itself is held beyond the village walls. You won't see the tables laid out with roasted fowl, river fish stuffed with herbs, pies filled with minced meats, or goblets of imported wines. You will hear rumours of these meals. You will see the scraps, perhaps, fed to the manor dogs. The aroma will drift down the hill on the breeze, taunting your empty stomach with scents of spices you have no name for. During the feast, the noble family is entertained by minstrels and dancers, their laughter carrying faintly across the fields as you return to your labour. Your work is not suspended for the holiday. The animals still need feeding, the crops still need tending, the tools still need repairing. Celebration is for the wealthy. For you, survival remains the only task that matters. As you work, you see the reeve and steward strolling together along the edge of the field. Their conversation drifts toward you as they discuss next season's quotas, the allocation of tithes, and the punishments for recent shortfalls. Their voices are casual, discussing your entire existence like one might discuss the weather. One of them laughs, They always find a way to make it stretch, don't they? No matter how much we take, the other nods. Hunger is a fine motivator. They continue walking, unconcerned, their boots clean and polished, while your feet sink into the muck. You keep your head down, pretending you didn't hear. Pretending you are invisible. Later, as the feast concludes, you're summoned to help dispose of the waste. The kitchen servants pile scraps into carts. Bones stripped of meat, crusts of bread, skins of fruit, soggy vegetable peels. Some of it is fed to the manor's pigs. Some is dumped into compost heaps. If you're lucky, one of the servants may look the other way, allowing you to pocket a piece of gristle or a half-gnawed bone. These stolen remnants, half spoiled and swarming with flies, are treasures to your family. They add flavour to your next pottage, a richness otherwise unknown. You carry your prize home like contraband, hidden beneath folds of your tunic. Your mother will boil it carefully, extracting every drop of fat and marrow. Your siblings will gather around the pot eagerly, their eyes wide with anticipation. That night, as you sit with your family, slurping the thin broth infused with the stolen scrap, you feel both full and empty. Full from the rare richness of the meal. Empty because you know its source. Because you know you can only eat like this when the lords feast above you. As night falls, the sounds of drunken nobles celebrating still echo faintly across the fields. Songs and laughter, distant and mocking. Their voices carry through the cool air, drifting into your hut like uninvited guests. You lie back onto your straw bed, staring at the dark ceiling, thinking not of freedom, but of endurance. The nobles will sleep in featherbeds tonight, beneath furs, beside warm fires. You will sleep beneath your patched wool, your breath fogging the air as the cold presses against your skin. The division is total, not just in wealth, not just in comfort, but in the very nature of your existence. They live, you survive, they feast, you scrape, they rule, you serve. And no matter how deeply you might wish to cross that divide, it remains unbridgeable. The system ensures it, the laws enforce it, the church justifies it. You remember what the priest said just this morning? Be content in your station, the Lord sees your humility. But you know that your humility feeds their luxury. Your starvation feeds their abundance. Your suffering feeds their ease. Still, you say nothing. You think nothing. Because even thoughts can be dangerous if they grow too sharp. Instead, you whisper your nightly prayer. Not for change, not for fairness, but for survival. One more day. One more meal. One more breath beneath the weight that crushes you. Because that is all you are allowed to hope for. The sun rises again, dragging you once more into a world not just ruled by hunger and lords, but shaped entirely by belief. Because here, in this world, your stomach may serve the land, but your soul serves the church. You wake before dawn to the sound of the church bell, a dull, heavy tone that echoes across the village like a command. It is not simply announcing the hour. It is reminding you that you belong not only to the Lord of the Manor, but also to the Lord above. And his reach is far more complete. Every day is a negotiation with hunger, yes, but every day is also a negotiation with sin. And in this world, the two are often hard to separate. The first thing you do after waking is whisper a prayer. You don't question why. You've never known life without it. Your parents taught you, as theirs taught them. Without prayer, you invite ruin. Without obedience, you invite damnation. The rhythm of belief is everywhere, pulsing beneath the the daily grind of survival. The calendar itself is controlled by the church. The year is not divided simply into seasons, but into feast days, fast days, saints' days, vigils, holy days of obligation, and periods of penance. You do not plan your labour based on the weather alone. You plan it around the intricate web of sacred rules dictating when you may work, eat, celebrate, or mourn. And the rules are never simple. On fast days, far more numerous than you would like, you cannot eat meat. No bacon, no lard, no chicken, no game. You rely on fish instead. If fish is unavailable, you eat whatever plant matter you can scrape together. The rules are absolute. To violate them is to offend God himself. And because your diet is already fragile, these restrictions don't feel spiritual. They feel cruel. Some days you stare into your pottage, a thin gruel of boiled nettles and barley, and wonder if God truly requires you to suffer this way. But you do not say these thoughts aloud, not even in whispers. The priests remind you that your suffering is noble, that your hunger cleanses you, that poverty brings you closer to salvation. They preach of saints who starved themselves willingly for God's glory, as though your involuntary hunger somehow echoes their holy sacrifice. Their sermons are not offered as comfort, they are offered as instruction. Be still, be humble, be obedient. Do not envy, do not question. And you learn quickly that questioning is dangerous. The priest stands at the centre of the village, not just as a guide, but as an extension of the Lord's authority. He hears confessions, not merely for your salvation, but for the maintenance of order. If you voice doubts, if you admit anger toward your Lord, if you confess resentment, those words may not stay locked in the confessional. The priest serves both heaven and earth. You confess your sins because you are taught that God sees all anyway. Better to admit them than risk eternal punishment. But you also learn to edit what you confess. Not all truths are safe. The church controls your afterlife as firmly as the Lord controls your land. Heaven is your only reward. Hell is your ultimate terror. Purgatory, a middle ground of unmeasured torment, looms for nearly everyone. You are told that almost no one dies pure, that nearly all must suffer before reaching paradise. And indulgences, those rare chances to shave time from purgatory, cost money you do not have. You are taught that suffering now means relief later. But later may never come. Later may be centuries away. Later may be as unreachable as the manna on the hill. And yet you believe, or you force yourself to believe, because belief is safer than doubt. The physical world echoes the spiritual. The church building is the finest structure in the village, its stone walls tall and solid, its arched windows filled with coloured glass that turns morning light into holy fire. Inside, the air smells of incense and candle wax, rich and sweet compared to the sour smells of your hut. The priest stands before the altar, draped in embroidered cloth, chanting in Latin, a language you do not understand. The words roll over you like rain, beautiful but incomprehensible. You do not need to understand, you only need to obey. The priest's voice tells you that God watches, that your place in this world is ordained, that your Lord rules by divine right, that your labour is righteous, and that your hunger serves a greater purpose. The nobles sit in front pews when they attend Mass, their wealth on full display, rings glittering, fabric shining, boots polished. The peasants kneel behind them, heads bowed. The division you live under outside continues here, even before God. Sometimes you hear stories whispered in the fields, rumours of distant heretics who question the authority of the church, of preachers who challenge the priests, who suggest that wealth corrupts faith, that poverty is not holy but imposed. These men are hunted, burned, and erased. You pretend you've never heard these stories. You pretend you would never think these things. Because the church does not tolerate questions. Because questioning can be death. Your understanding of the world itself always is filtered through belief. You know nothing of science. Disease comes from sin. Storms are punishments. Failed harvests are tests of faith. Stillbirths are divine mysteries. Lightning strikes are warnings. Every bad thing is either the devil's work or God's judgment. The seasons turn on God's whim. The harvest belongs to God's mercy. Your children's lives depend on his favour. Superstition weaves itself into this belief. You cross yourself at the sound of thunder. You whisper prayers when you plant seeds. You mark your doorway with symbols during plague seasons. You fear witches, though you've never seen one. You offer small talismans and charms, purchased quietly from old women who speak of the old ways. The church condemns them, but everyone participates in secret, because divine protection feels thin when your child coughs through the night, or when your grain turns black with mould. The world is heavy with signs and omens. You listen for them constantly. An owl calling at night foretells death. A shooting star signals change. A malformed lamb is a warning. A stillbirth is a curse. You carry these signs alongside your hunger, alongside your fear, alongside your submission. And woven through it all is the unspoken truth. Belief itself is survival. Because belief dulls the edges of despair. Because belief makes starvation feel holy. Because belief keeps you from standing up, when standing up would only get you crushed. And so you pray again, for mercy, for rain, but not too much, for sun, but not too strong, for bread, even if stale, for peace, even if brief. You pray not for freedom, but for endurance. Because in this world, faith is not hope. Faith is endurance. The bell tolls again, marking the mid-morning hour as you move through the motions of the day. But as your hands work the earth, your mind drifts, always returning to the weight of the world that surrounds you. Because even though your back breaks under labour, and your belly gnaws with hunger, it is this world of belief, this carefully arranged structure of thought, that binds you tighter than chains ever could. Every season carries its own rituals, each one prescribed by tradition, enforced by expectation, and embroidered with fear. You do not harvest without the priest's blessing. You do not plant without sprinkling holy water on the seeds. You do not slaughter livestock without crossing yourself, whispering a prayer to spare you from misfortune. You fear the unseen far more than you fear hunger. You have been told since childhood that demons roam freely, waiting for moments of weakness, creatures that slip through the cracks of your soul when you forget your prayers or allow anger to boil inside you. Every misfortune has a spiritual cause. A sick house? Perhaps you failed in your devotions? A spoiled harvest? Perhaps the village harbours secret sin. Confession becomes not just a sacrament, but a survival tactic. You kneel before the priest, heart pounding, voice trembling as you admit both real and invented sins, desperate to cleanse yourself before your neighbour's misfortunes are blamed on you. You confess impure thoughts, envy toward your Lord, resentment at your hunger, frustration with your station. You confess your weakness, because weakness is safer than defiance. The priest nods as he listens. Sometimes he presses you gently, sometimes firmly, encouraging you to reveal more. His power is quiet but absolute. He does not swing a sword, but he holds eternity in his hands. His voice can open or close the gates of heaven. He can absolve. He can condemn. You are not alone in this. Everyone around you lives the same way, walking the same fragile tightrope between spiritual safety and material ruin. The old women whisper prayers under their breath while stirring pottage. The men cross themselves while yoking oxen to the plough. The children mimic these motions before they can even speak. Even the noble family, though far removed from your suffering, play their role. They fund the church. They commission its altars and gilded icons. They attend Mass, kneeling briefly in their embroidered finery, while the priest offers special prayers for their household. Their sins, if whispered at all, are forgiven with larger donations. Gold buys indulgences. Gold buys shorter purgatory. Gold buys spiritual comfort. You have no gold. The relics within the church, the bones of saints, fragments of holy garments, splinters of the true cross, are displayed on special feast days. You kneel before them, convinced that proximity to these sacred objects may heal your child's fever or ensure a more generous harvest. You do not question their authenticity. To doubt is sin. Doubt is dangerous. And so belief becomes not simply something you hold, it becomes something that holds you. When plague arrives, as it always eventually does, the fear sharpens. The priests lead processions through the village, swinging censers heavy with incense, chanting prayers to drive away the pestilence. You hang herbs by your doorframe. You place small wooden crosses above your bed. You avoid strangers. You whisper psalms as your children cough in the dark. The cause of plague is unknown to you. Germs are not part of your world. Instead, you believe what you have been taught, that plagues are God's punishment for collective sin, or perhaps the devil's assault upon the righteous. Either way, the cure lies in prayer, fasting, and penance. The most terrifying aspect of plague is not its suddenness or its cruelty, it is its moral weight. If your family falls ill, others will wonder what you did wrong. If your neighbour's children die, you will wonder what hidden sin invited such wrath. Suffering is never random. Suffering is judgment. And so the community becomes a web of silent suspicion, each family desperate to remain pious enough to avoid becoming the next object of divine punishment. Gossip becomes a form of spiritual policing. Superstition becomes law. You wear small charms carved from bone or wood, given to you by village elders who claim secret knowledge. The priest forbids such practices, calling them pagan remnants, but everyone participates when no one is looking. The lines between faith and superstition blur until they are indistinguishable. Dreams are interpreted as omens. Animals behaving strangely are signs. A falling star is either a blessing or a curse. You fear witches, not because you have seen one, but because everyone agrees they exist. Women who live alone, who know too much about herbs, who heal without the priest's blessing, these women become objects of suspicion. A failed crop, a stillborn child, an untimely death, all may be blamed upon witchcraft. The accusations are sudden, the punishments are brutal. The church teaches that witches consort with the devil, that they trade souls for unnatural power. You've never seen such power, but you do not question the church. Fear keeps your head bowed. You avoid certain glances. You avoid certain neighbours. You speak only when spoken to. The festivals offer brief reprieve, but even they are governed by belief. The Feast of St. John, the Harvest Festival, the midwinter masses, all are drenched in ritual, designed not just for celebration, but for spiritual maintenance. You light bonfires to ward off evil. You march in processions to honour saints. You fast before feasting. You kneel before rising. Even your marriage is not your own. The church controls who may wed, when, and how. The banns are read aloud 3 times before the union is approved. The priest oversees the vows. Your marriage is as much a contract with God as it is with your spouse. Sex itself is governed by doctrine. It is permitted only within marriage, only for procreation, only without excess. Pleasure is dangerous. Desire is suspect. The priest warns of the sin of lust, the threat of damnation, the corruption of the flesh. You confess these sins too, hoping that honesty will outweigh failure. Every part of your body, every part of your mind is monitored, not directly by men, but by the ever-present eyes of heaven. And even when you close your eyes at night, you fear that your dreams might betray you. You recite prayers before sleep, whispering apologies for sins you may not even remember, for thoughts you cannot always control. Because in this world, you are not free even inside your own head. Your soul is watched, your labour is watched, your hunger is watched. Every moment is an opportunity for failure, and yet you endure, because you have no other choice. Because endurance has been mistaken for faith for so long, no one can tell them apart. Because belief is the one burden that you cannot lay down. The seasons turn, as they always do, and with each turn your world cycles through yet another layer of ritual, superstition, and unseen judgment. Even as you labour in the fields beneath the grey sky, even as your stomach growls with its familiar emptiness, it is not only hunger that shapes your existence, it is the invisible weight of sin and salvation, the constant, endless pressure of being judged not just for what you do, but for what you think. The priest reminds you often that you are watched always, not just by the eyes of your neighbours, but by God himself. Angels and demons move through the world unseen, watching, recording, waiting. Every careless thought, every word of frustration whispered beneath your breath while sowing barley or butchering a goat, every small moment of resentment toward your Lord or your neighbour, all of it is marked, counted, weighed. You have no way to measure your standing. You simply hope that your confessions, your prayers, your fasts, your obedience might be enough, that your suffering might balance out your many failures, that your labour might purchase mercy. But you are never sure. Even nature itself seems to reflect this constant judgment. When the rains come too soon, when the wind flattens your harvest, when disease takes another child in the night, you are reminded that God's favour is fragile. The world does not reward the righteous. It tests them. It punishes them. And you are taught to be grateful even for that punishment, because it means God still cares enough to correct you. The priest's voice echoes through your mind as you work. The meek shall inherit the earth, but not yet, not now, not here. Each holy season arrives with strict rules that tighten around your family like a belt pulled one notch tighter. Lent arrives with its fasting, demanding that even your already meagre meals be cut further. You watch as your children sip thin broth, cheeks hollow, ribs showing through their tunics. The priest says this sacrifice purifies you. The priest says it brings you closer to God, but it only seems to bring you closer to death. There are feast days too, but these are for the wealthy. The nobles host grand banquets, while you light small fires in your hut, boiling scraps and old vegetables. On these days, you are allowed to attend special Mass, where the priest prays for the Lord's continued prosperity, as though your suffering is necessary to fuel his abundance. You kneel and bow your head as you always do. The priest's sermons rarely speak of this world's injustice. Instead, they remind you of your place. The three orders, he calls it: those who pray, those who fight, and those who work. The clergy, the nobility, and the peasantry. Each has its role. Each must remain where God has placed them. The orders are fixed. They are not to be questioned. And so you work, you serve, you endure. Not because you believe the system is just, but because you are told that to resist it is to resist God himself. In the evenings, when the fields are quiet and your bones ache, you sit by the dim fire as your mother whispers stories passed down through generations. Some are of saints who endured impossible trials. Some are of devils who tricked the proud and dragged them to hell. Some are older still, remnants of the old beliefs, the ones never spoken too loudly in front of the priest. The old stories speak of spirits in the forests, of cursed places where the land remembers violence, of restless souls who wander at night. These tales slip between the cracks of official doctrine, surviving in hushed voices and wary glances. You know not to repeat them in church, but you also know to leave offerings of bread at the forest's edge when a child falls ill, just in case. The priest calls these stories heresy, but the old women still whisper them as they gather herbs by moonlight. They still mutter charms when planting seeds or mending wounds. Belief here is layered, tangled, part Christianity, part fear, part desperate insurance against the unknown. And everywhere, the threat of the devil looms large. The priest warns constantly of Satan's cunning, of how easily he corrupts even the most faithful. The devil whispers envy into the ears of peasants who resent their lords. He stirs pride in those who question their place. He tempts women with vanity, men with lust, the hungry with theft, the angry with rebellion. He moves unseen, slipping between the cracks of daily life like smoke under a door. You fear him because you are taught that you carry sin within you at all times, original sin, inherited from the first man, Adam. You were born unworthy. Your life is penance. The Church offers you the sacraments as protection: baptism, confession, communion, marriage, last rites. Each one a thread in the thin fabric separating your soul from eternal torment. But the fabric frays easily, and always there is purgatory, that endless place of waiting where the impure are purged through suffering until they are clean enough for heaven. The priest says even good souls linger there for centuries. The wealthy purchase indulgences to shorten their stay. You do not have that luxury. Your only comfort lies in prayers for the dead. You light candles for your father, for your grandparents, for children lost too soon. You pray that God might, one day, ease their suffering. You pray that others might someday do the same for you. The community around you enforces this culture of control. The neighbours watch each other closely. If you skip Mass, if you fail to confess regularly, if you speak too boldly, word spreads quickly. Suspicion is a currency. The fear of being denounced keeps everyone quiet. Even friendships are guarded, cautious. The reeve listens. The priest listens. The steward listens. You never know who might repeat your words in exchange for favour. Safety lies in obedience, in silence, in the appearance of virtue. You do not read. No one you know reads. The Bible exists, but not for you. The priest reads it in Latin, a language kept deliberately out of reach. Your world is spoken, not written. You memorize prayers, songs, and stories. You repeat what you are told. You do not question the words because you cannot verify them. The priest's authority is total because you have no way to challenge it. Even your own mind belongs in some way to them. And so the great machinery of belief continues to turn, powered not by understanding, but by submission. Powered not by enlightenment, but by fear. It keeps you kneeling when your back screams to stand. It keeps your head bowed when injustice slaps your face. It keeps your mouth closed when your stomach begs for protest. It keeps your soul chained while your body withers. Because the most powerful form of control is not the sword. It is the belief that the sword was placed there by God. The bells toll again as evening settles over the village, a heavy, monotonous sound that seems less like music and more like a constant reminder. You are always being watched. You feel its weight not just in your ears but in your chest, in your breath. The bell marks time, but more than that, it marks submission. Every ring echoes the unspoken contract of your life. Obey or suffer. Tonight, like every night, you gather around the fire with your family, eating the same thin stew, telling the same carefully chosen stories, keeping your voices low. Even here, inside your own hut, belief presses into the corners of the room like smoke curling beneath the door. The priest's voice may not be present, but his teachings linger in every gesture, every sentence carefully chosen not to tempt fate. Your children speak of heaven sometimes with wide, curious eyes. You tell them it is beautiful, that God rewards the patient, that the hunger they feel now will be repaid in paradise. You tell them these things because you must, because this is the only promise left to offer, because to tell them the truth, that their hunger is likely to last until their own deaths, feels like a cruelty too sharp to name aloud. Instead, you give them hope the way your parents gave it to you, fragile, thin, and absolutely necessary for survival. Even the smallest comforts carry spiritual weight. When the rain falls on newly planted crops, you cross yourself instinctively, thanking God for his mercy. When the rains are too heavy and flood the fields, you cross yourself again, apologizing for sins you may not even know you committed. Every turn of fortune is interpreted as a conversation between heaven and earth, though you can only guess at the words being spoken. You have no control over your fate, only over your obedience. During times of illness, the church becomes both your sanctuary and your captor. When plague strikes or famine tightens its grip, the priest leads Mass daily, offering prayers, swinging incense, chanting psalms in a tongue you cannot decipher. The church fills with the scent of burning wax and damp stone, its windows glowing with coloured light as though heaven itself is peeking through. You kneel on the cold floor, lips moving in practiced prayers you barely think about anymore. Your knees ache, your stomach cramps, but still you kneel, because standing feels dangerous, defiant, unthinkable. The priest reminds you that sickness is God's test, that suffering purifies the soul, that even the children coughing beside you may be lucky to suffer now, for it means fewer years in purgatory. You nod, not because you believe it entirely, but because not nodding would make you noticeable. You've seen what happens to those who become noticeable. The stories circulate like whispers carried on the wind. The man from the next village over who spoke too boldly about the steward's corruption. the woman who offered herbs and was accused of witchcraft, the farmer who questioned why the Lord's tithes rose even when the harvest fell. All of them disappeared. Some returned broken and silent. Some never returned at all. Fear is not simply enforced by punishment. It is enforced by what happens afterward, the empty space where someone used to stand, the silence they leave behind. The priest's control is not complete because of violence. It is complete because even your thoughts feel dangerous inside your own skull. You learn to police yourself. You learn which questions to silence before they fully form. You learn too that your worth is not measured by your labour or your kindness, but by your usefulness to the system that owns you. A pious peasant is an obedient one. A fearful peasant is a safe one. At times, you catch yourself wondering if God sees the same world you do. Does he see the nobleman gorging himself while your children chew boiled roots? Does he see the steward stealing grain while your neighbours bury infants in shallow graves? Does he hear the priest accept bribes for absolution while you pray for scraps? You crush these thoughts before they fully form, forcing your mind back into its carefully dug rut. Not because you found an answer, but because you fear the question itself. Because you know the system is not built for answers, only for endurance. And so you endure. You endure the endless sermons, where your poverty is framed as virtue. You endure the nobles parading their wealth while calling it divine favour. You endure the priest's lectures on humility while his table remains full. You endure your neighbour's silent judgment and your own hollow obedience. Your world is a cathedral of suffering, every beam and stone carved from your submission. And yet you continue to pray, not because you believe fully, not because you hope for miracles, but because prayer is the last tool you have to bargain with the invisible forces that rule your life. You bargain for rain, for health, for enough bread to keep your family breathing another day. You bargain for forgiveness, not only for your sins, but for the quiet bitterness that gnaws at you with every passing year. Because you know deep down that even your doubt is sinful. And still, you wake every morning. You kneel at every mass. You recite every prayer. You confess every thought. You obey every rule. Because belief in this world is not comfort. It is not hope. It is not peace. Belief is the cage you live inside. And even though the door stands open, you dare not step through it. Because outside the cage, there is only the abyss. There are days when your labour exhausts you. Days when hunger empties you. Days when humiliation weakens you. But then there are days like today. Days where something worse settles over the village. Something that leaves your stomach hollow for entirely different reasons. Days where even the lies you tell yourself to keep going start to crack. Because beneath the hunger, beneath the labour, beneath the hierarchy and the prayers, this world is absurd in its cruelty. Today, a child has died. Not from famine, not from war, but from something far more common. Something far more ordinary. He died of fever, of sickness, of being too small, too fragile, too exposed to a world that offers no protection. The boy was only 6 years old. He had coughed through the night for weeks, his breath rattling inside his narrow chest, while his mother whispered prayers that grew more frantic as the days passed. The priest visited and sprinkled holy water. Neighbours brought bitter herbs and whispered old charms that no one admitted to knowing. But nothing stopped it. By dawn, his body lay still in the corner of their hut, his lips pale, His fingers curled gently as if reaching for something unseen. And now the priest stands at the edge of the open grave, chanting Latin verses over a hole dug shallow and quick before the earth could freeze again. The parents kneel, their faces blank, emptied beyond tears. This is not the first child they have buried. It may not be the last. The graveyard is crowded, each mound of earth marked with crude wooden crosses, many without names, many forgotten within a few short seasons. The dirt settles quickly here. The earth is always ready to reclaim its own. You stand nearby, head bowed, because everyone does, but inside your mind swirls a quiet, heavy truth you are not allowed to speak. This is normal. This is not a tragedy that disrupts the rhythm of life. This is the rhythm. Children die. Mothers die. Fathers vanish after fevers take them. Entire families disappear across winters. And the world simply continues, as if death itself were just another season. Disease moves through your world like wind moves through the trees. Unseen, unstoppable, and completely disinterested in your suffering. Sometimes it is fever. Sometimes dysentery. Sometimes bleeding that refuses to stop. Sometimes swollen lumps beneath the skin that turn black as night. You hear whispers of places far away where entire villages rot from a single breath of bad air. And you know with a cold certainty that it will reach you one day. No one understands it. The physicians, when they rarely pass through, often nonsense wrapped in fancy words. Imbalances of humours, they say, corruptions of air, divine punishments for secret sin. They bleed the sick, cut them, force them to vomit. Sometimes they survive anyway, but never because of the treatment. The absurdity isn't that these deaths happen, it's that they're expected. You've watched a neighbour carry his own wife's body to the grave after she collapsed in the field one morning. He finished her chores first, because the animal still needed feeding. The dead could wait. You've watched babies wrapped in rough cloth, buried without names, because they never lived long enough to matter to anyone but their mothers. You've seen men crushed beneath carts, trampled by oxen, or caught beneath falling trees while cutting firewood, their bodies broken and folded like empty sacks. The villagers gather silently, their faces tired, eyes darting to the priest for comfort he never truly offers. And when these things happen, the world does not stop. The fields still need planting. The animals still need feeding. The tithes still need collecting. The Lord still expects his due, because death is not an interruption here. It is simply the tax you pay for daring to exist. Even childbirth, the most natural act, is a coin toss. You've watched women scream through labour, their faces purple, veins bulging as they try to bring life into the world. You've seen them die in the act, bleeding out into straw, while midwives whisper prayers and cross themselves, knowing their own hands are useless against nature's indifference. When a baby is born, you do not rejoice immediately. You wait. You watch. You wait to see if they breathe through the first night, the first week, the first season. Only then do you begin to believe they may survive long enough to receive a name. The priest says God has a plan for each soul. The midwife says nothing. She has seen too much. Even food, your constant tormentor, carries its own absurdity. You have eaten things that would horrify anyone outside this world. You have boiled weeds you're not entirely sure are safe. You have chewed bark during lean years, gnawed bones dry, scraped mould from bread with a knife you clean only with a sleeve. You've watched neighbours boil leather to make thin broth, boots turned into soup. During years of famine, You've heard rumours of worse, of people trading human flesh, of travellers vanishing along the road and reappearing in whispered stories, of desperate acts committed behind locked doors. You pretend not to hear these stories, but you know they're true. You know because you understand hunger. You've learned that the line between survival and savagery is not as wide as you once thought, that when the fields fail, when the animals die, when the grain stores rot from damp and rats, even the most pious men will do things they swore they never could. And all of it, every grotesque, obscene part of it, is wrapped in the language of faith. The priest tells you that these sufferings purify your soul, that God tests those he loves most, that starvation, sickness, pain, humiliation, all of it will earn you a place in paradise if you bear it humbly. You nod. You always nod. Because what else can you do? The absurdity is not just in the horror itself. The absurdity is in the calmness with which everyone accepts it. You live inside a system that feeds on your fear, feeds on your death, feeds on your willingness to carry that death forward to your children. And still the bell tolls. The priest returns to the church, the villagers return to the fields, the mother returns to her hut, her arms empty, and you return to your labour, because there is always more labour. The earth does not grieve, the Lord does not grieve, the system does not grieve, and so neither can you. You only keep moving, you only keep bending, you only keep enduring, because to stop would be to join the graves already crowding the edge of the village. The graveyard is behind you now, but the weight of it follows as you step back into the daily cycle. You hear the children's voices playing nearby, their laughter strange and sharp in this world of constant shadow. You wonder how long each one has before they too join the cold earth, another name lost beneath the wet soil. You don't allow yourself to hold the thought for long. Here, hope itself feels dangerous. The absurdity of your existence reveals itself most sharply when you try to imagine that this world could ever change. Every single part of your life, every rule, every ritual, every hunger, every sermon, every humiliation, all of it is designed not to evolve, but to endure. The system that breaks your back today is the same one that broke your grandfather's back, and his grandfather before him. Change, for people like you, is not something you anticipate. It is something you fear. And yet, even within this endless repetition, horror slips through the cracks. Small moments that feel too grotesque even for this broken world, but which everyone accepts anyway. You see it in the village stocks, where the reeve locks up neighbours for petty offences. A man who stole a loaf of bread last week stands slumped inside the wooden frame, his head and wrists trapped, flies buzzing around his face. The villagers pass him as they walk to their fields, some sneering, some ignoring him entirely, a few children throwing clumps of mud at his chest for sport. His eyes are sunken, his lips cracked, his skin burnt from the sun. No one helps him, no one dares. Tomorrow, if he survives the exposure, he will be beaten and returned to his hut, weaker, poorer, but still alive enough to work again. This is called mercy. The stocks aren't there to enforce justice. They're there to remind everyone else that justice is never truly for people like you. The law serves the lords, the punishment serves the system. Then there is the gibbet that stands near the main road, a tall wooden frame where bodies sometimes hang in iron cages, left to rot and sway in the wind. They are not always criminals. Sometimes they're rebels, sometimes deserters, sometimes accused witches, sometimes only examples. You do not know most of their names. The birds pick at their flesh until only bones remain, clattering softly in the breeze like hollow chimes. You avert your eyes when you pass. Everyone does. The absurdity of your world is that these sights no longer shock you. They are part of the landscape, as familiar as the fields, as constant as the hunger. Disease adds another layer of grotesque familiarity. You have seen neighbours with blackened fingers fall to gangrene, their limbs amputated with crude blades heated in the fire. You have heard their screams echo through the village as the bones are sawed through, the wound packed with moss and wrapped tightly in cloth, hoping to stave off infection. Sometimes they live, sometimes they do not. You have seen faces disfigured by smallpox, the skin pocked and scarred like dried riverbeds. Eyes that once saw, clearly now clouded with infection. Mothers cradle their children tightly when rumours spread of another outbreak, but the disease arrives anyway, slipping between walls and doors like a curse. And when the plague comes, when the black boils rise beneath the skin, and the breath shortens into desperate gasps, the horror becomes unspeakable. The streets empty. The air thickens with the metallic scent of decay. Entire families vanish inside their huts, the doors nailed shut by neighbours too terrified to enter. The church bells ring constantly, not to call for prayer, but to mark each passing soul. The priest walks the streets in his heavy cloak, swinging his censer wildly, his prayers growing louder as the bodies pile higher. His words sound hollow against the silence of the dying. The absurdity lies in the helplessness. No one knows how to stop it. No one understands how it spreads. The doctors wear strange masks filled with herbs, their beak-like faces appearing more like demons than healers. They bleed the sick. They burn incense. They recommend prayers. The result is always the same. You have seen carts dragged through the village, loaded with corpses wrapped in sheets, piled like firewood. Some of the bodies are still warm. Some still move faintly. But there is no time to check. The dead are buried in mass graves outside the village walls. The priests bless them quickly before covering them with dirt. No headstones, no names. In these moments, you no longer fear dying. You fear being forgotten. The absurdity is not just in the suffering itself, it is in how small you feel in the face of it. You are not the centre of your story. You are not even a participant. You are cargo, carried downstream by a current you cannot fight, cannot predict, cannot even fully see. Even animals suffer alongside you, their deaths equally callous. You have watched entire herds of pigs slaughtered and burned during outbreaks of disease. Not because the meat is tainted, but because fear spreads faster than knowledge. Better to burn than risk contamination. The stench of burning flesh lingers for days afterward, curling into your hair, your clothes, your lungs. The world itself mocks you with its contradictions. The church teaches that man was given dominion over the earth, yet every year the earth takes back what it pleases. Your crops, your animals, your children. The priest tells you that God's mercy is endless, but you see that mercy withheld daily. The noblemen call themselves protectors, but their protection extracts your life in small, measured payments until nothing remains. Even nature's beauty carries menace. The forest is green, rich with bird song and flickering sunlight, but you dare not wander too deep. Wolves prowl beyond the well-worn paths, their eyes flashing in the night. Travellers disappear into those woods, their bones sometimes found years later beneath gnawed trees. The forest whispers in ways you have been taught to fear since childhood. Lightning splits the sky in summer storms, setting huts ablaze. Floodwaters rise without warning, sweeping away entire fields overnight. The ground cracks open during droughts, splitting the parched earth into jagged scars that mock your broken hands. You survive these things not through strength, but through resignation. Because resignation is the only defense left. The horror of your world is not just that these things happen, but that they happen so regularly that you have learned to accommodate them. You weave death into your schedule. You budget for hunger. You adjust for plague. You measure grief like rainfall. Expected, unavoidable, unremarkable. There is no grand story being written about your life. No greater arc of triumph or redemption. You exist because you have not yet stopped existing. You breathe because you have not yet stopped breathing. You work because your hands still move. And so, you return to the fields once more, wiping sweat from your brow, your eyes flickering toward the distant manor where the noble family feasts tonight, as they always do, as they always will. The priest says, "This is God's will." The steward says, "This is law." The Lord says nothing. He does not need to. You simply bow your head, you plant, you harvest, you bury, you pray, and you wait for the next absurd cruelty to come. Because it always does. Morning again, and it always comes. Even after nights like the one you've just endured. The world outside your hut smells faintly of rain and rot. The mud clings to your bare feet as you step outside to begin the day's labour. But before your hands can touch the fields, before you bend your spine once more beneath the yoke of survival, the church bell tolls. And with its heavy voice comes another ritual of horror, the public execution. They call it justice, but you know better. Justice has nothing to do with it. This is performance, this is theatre. This is how the system feeds itself, not only on your body but on your fear. The villagers gather slowly, heads bowed, voices quiet. No one looks at each other too long. No one whispers. To speak at all risks being noticed, and being noticed is a luxury you cannot afford. At the centre of the square the scaffold waits. The gallows beam rises like a broken finger toward the cloudy sky. Ropes sway gently in the breeze, already tied into knots that no one dares to study too closely. The Lord's men stand nearby, armoured and armed, their eyes scanning the crowd. They are not here to keep the peace. They are here to keep the silence. The condemned man is brought forward, a neighbour you have worked beside many times in the fields. His crime? No one says it aloud, but everyone knows. He was caught stealing grain from the Lord's storehouse. Or perhaps it was meat, or perhaps he merely spoke too freely. The truth is irrelevant. The sentence was decided long before he was dragged from his hut. His wife weeps quietly behind him. His children are kept at a distance, shielded by their mother's shaking hands. They will be fatherless before the next bell rings. They will grow hungry faster now. His death will not only end him, it will continue to punish the living. The priest offers last rites, his Latin words flowing like cold water across the man's bowed head. The man mumbles responses, his voice too broken to hear. The executioner steps forward, face hidden beneath a rough hood, his hands steady from repetition. This is not his first rope. It will not be his last. The absurdity is in the calm. No one screams. No one protests. The crowd watches in respectful silence, not because they believe in the sentence, but because they know their place. Today is his turn. Tomorrow may be theirs. And when that day comes, they will hope others remain silent too. The man's feet kick briefly as the rope tightens. his body twisting like a puppet suspended from an unseen hand, then stillness. The crowd remains for a moment longer until the steward waves them off. The lesson is complete. You return to your work. The image stays with you, not as horror, but as routine, because nothing in your world is shocking anymore, not even death. And then there are the smaller horrors, quieter, more personal, and somehow worse for their intimacy. You watch as your neighbour's wife gives birth to twins. The midwife works quickly, her hands red, her face pale with effort. The first child emerges, crying weakly. The second child emerges minutes later, smaller, bluer, struggling for breath. There is no doctor, no medicines, no warmth except the fire, which cannot seem to drive away the cold fast enough. The midwife wraps the baby tightly, whispers a few desperate prayers, and rocks the child as its cries grow weaker, then fade entirely. The mother sobs, exhausted beyond words. The father sits silently beside her, holding his face in both hands. The midwife crosses herself, gently lays the lifeless child aside and turns back to the mother. The living child survives, for now. But the grave behind the church grows one cross larger by morning. You witness another horror a week later. This time, it is not the cruelty of death, but of absurd, blind fate. The miller's apprentice, a boy no older than 16, slips while guiding a sack of grain up the ramp. His foot catches. His head strikes the heavy grinding wheel. The stone does not stop. The sound is sickening, wet, final. When they pull him free, there is little left to recognise. The village gathers to carry the broken body to the graveyard. No priest attends this time. The death was deemed accidental. No ritual needed. The boy's parents remain behind after the others drift back to their work. You watch them kneel beside the grave long after sunset, whispering prayers that rise into the indifferent sky. There is no investigation, no question of safety, no promise of prevention. The wheel will turn again tomorrow, as though the boy had never lived. This is not tragedy here. This is maintenance. Even animals sometimes seem to die more gently than people. The old ox collapses in the field one morning, its legs folding beneath its heavy body as it exhales one last laboured breath. Its tongue lolls from its mouth, eyes glassy. The beast had pulled your plough for years, sharing your burden with a kind of dumb loyalty. Its death feels strangely personal, but grief is a luxury you cannot afford. The ox is skinned by midday, the hide is salted, the meat butchered, the bones cracked open for marrow, the hooves boiled into glue. Nothing is wasted. Death here is not a moment, it's a transaction. Your children chew the tough meat that night, tearing at the sinew with weak jaws while your wife simmers the organs into broth. The fire hisses softly as fat drips into the coals. For a few nights, you eat better than usual. For a few nights, death feeds you. The absurdity is that you feel grateful. Then there is the horror of injury, the slow torture that stretches across days, weeks, sometimes years. The blacksmith's apprentice burns his hand in the forge. His skin bubbles and splits, red flesh exposed to the air. The village healer applies a paste of herbs and wraps it in cloth, but the wound festers. The smell grows sour, sweet, rotten. His fingers blacken. His fever rises. By the 5th day, his arm is taken off above the elbow with a rusty blade and a leather strap clamped between his teeth. He survives, but he is useless now. He cannot lift the hammer. He cannot work the bellows. His future has shrunk to one of quiet begging at the church steps, Another broken piece of the village machine. Another body that no longer fits its intended role. His fate is worse than death. It is life made useless. Even your own body threatens you. You feel your teeth loosen. The constant grit in your bread wears them down year after year, until they rot and fall free. You chew lopsidedly, favouring one side of your mouth, but even that grows difficult. Each meal carries the quiet risk of infection. You fear the swelling that rises beneath your jaw, a sign of abscess, of rot, of infection that may travel into your blood. The healer offers no cure. The priest offers prayer. You offer your own body to time, hoping it will resolve itself before it kills you. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. The absurdity is everywhere, not just in the moment of death, but in every breath you take in between. You watch noblemen speak of honour, while sending peasants to die in border wars they will never see. You hear priests preach humility while counting their tithes beside overflowing tables. You see merchants haggling over prices for spices and silks, while children starve feet away from their stalls. The world does not pretend to be fair. It simply demands that you pretend not to notice. And so you do, because noticing too much feels like opening a door you cannot close. Because there are still fields to till. Because there is still a stew pot to fill. Because the absurdity does not stop the work. It simply sharpens the edge of your exhaustion. And so you bend your back again, forcing your hands into the dirt, listening to the tolling bell remind you that life continues. Not because it should, but because it must. The seasons continue their slow, grinding march, each one carrying its own particular cruelty, but none offering escape. And through it all, you remain, you endure. Because enduring is all you've ever been taught. And here, even the act of enduring feels absurd. The absurdity is not simply in the scale of your suffering, but in how thoroughly it is normalized. This world doesn't just tolerate horror, it runs on it. Tonight, the sky is unusually clear. The stars shimmer like cold fires above you, distant and unbothered by your existence. You stare at them for a long time, wondering whether there is any world beyond this. The priest says there is, of course, a kingdom of heaven, waiting for the meek. But here, on this ground, there is only hunger, mud, and death. Your wife coughs softly behind you inside the hut, her breath shallow. The fever has returned again this winter, as it always does. You've seen it take others. You've prepared yourself for what comes next, but the preparation means nothing. The absurdity is that you've become numb to the anticipation of grief. You already carry it before death arrives. In the village, the healer offers poultices. The priest offers prayer. You offer what little food you can spare, but you know none of it will make a difference. The fever follows its own course, and you're only a helpless observer. Your children sit quietly near the fire, eyes wide, learning the same lesson far earlier than you once did. Even in their small, tired faces, you see the same hollow recognition forming, an acceptance that life here is something that happens to you, not something you live. Outside, the wolves howl again. You know that sound well. During leaner years, you've seen wolves creep into the village under cover of darkness, bold with hunger, snatching livestock, sometimes even children. You've heard the stories of what happens when hunger grows too strong on both sides of the line between man and beast. One winter, when the famine was at its worst, you remember a family disappearing entirely. Days later their hut was found empty, door swinging in the wind, bloodstains in the snow, tracks leading toward the edge of the woods. The villagers spoke little of it afterward. Some said it was wolves, others whispered darker things. Demons, cannibals, God's punishment. You never found out, you never asked. There are other absurdities too, smaller ones, but no less sharp. One morning, you awaken to find your modest store of grain fouled by rats. They've gnawed through the sacks, leaving trails of waste among the kernels. You sift through what remains, shaking the grain, blowing away what filth you can. You do not throw it away. You cannot. Contaminated grain is still grain. You bake bread from it. You feed it to your children. And you pray that whatever sickness may hide in those tiny droppings will not find its way into their stomachs. You have eaten bread filled with mould, bread crawling with weevils, bread that tastes faintly of rot and metal. And when that bread swells your belly with sickness, you kneel beside the fire and pray for mercy, but you never stop eating it. You've watched as entire families vanish beneath debts they cannot repay. A neighbour loses his goat, his plough, his land, his home. The Lord's men seize it all as payment. The man is driven out, his family forced to beg or die in the forest. No one intervenes. The villagers watch silently, eyes lowered. To offer comfort risks drawing attention, and attention leads only to more suffering. Sometimes the abandoned huts are burned after such evictions, not to destroy them, but to prevent the spread of plague, or rats, or worse. You've stood beside such fires, feeling the warmth against your skin, staring into the flames as another small piece of the village disappears. You do not cry for them. You cannot. You save your tears for your own family. That too, you have learned. There is absurdity in war as well, when it reaches even your small corner of the world. One year, soldiers arrive, not enemies, but men loyal to your own distant king, pressing peasants into service for a war whose cause you cannot name. The Lord offers them your sons. Young men are pulled from fields, handed crude weapons, and marched away. Most do not return. The few who come back are shells. They bring stories of horrors greater than your own, of fields soaked in blood, of cities burned, of mass graves where the bodies rot together, uncounted and unmourned. Some carry wounds that never heal. Some carry eyes that no longer focus. Others carry only silence. The king claims victory. The Lord's banners fly. The fields remain empty. You, till them, alone now. And yet the absurdity is not only in death, but in the cruel flickers of hope that sometimes mock you. There are years when the harvest is good. The fields yield grain. The weather holds. The animals birth strong calves. For a brief season your belly is full, your children laugh, your wife smiles, and in those moments you feel something dangerous begin to rise inside you, a tiny seed of hope that maybe, just maybe, the worst has passed. Then comes the tax collector. The Lord's share grows. The church demands more. The steward finds new fees, new penalties, new obligations you somehow owe. The surplus disappears before your eyes. Carried away in wagons you help load yourself under watchful eyes. Your brief abundance evaporates into other men's pockets. By winter, you're hungry again. And you wonder if hope itself was the cruelest joke of all. You've learned not to dream of freedom, not because you lack imagination, but because freedom here means something far worse than labour. It means outlawry. It means exile. It means death beyond the village walls, where no one will find your body when you fall. The system does not crush you with swords, It crushes you with rules, with oaths, with debts, with silence. And you endure, because the absurdity of it all is so complete that you no longer question whether another world is possible. You have never seen a world where life is not weighed against suffering. You have never seen a world where labour earns rest. You have never seen a world where birth does not predict death. You have never seen a world where mercy costs nothing. You simply breathe. You simply obey. You simply outlast. Until one day your name too will be forgotten. Your bones buried beneath the mud, like those who came before you, like those who will come after. The priest will say your name at Mass one final time. Your children will kneel and pray for your soul. Your place in the field will be filled by another. The system will continue. Because here, in this world, even your death serves no greater purpose. It simply clears space for more suffering to follow. And the bell will toll once again. You wake again. But this time, something is different. The cold presses harder against your chest. The thin blanket that once offered a small barrier feels like it carries no weight at all. Your breath fogs the air as you stare up at the low wooden beams above you. The familiar ache in your back doesn't sting as sharply this morning. The pain is still there, but it feels distant now. Dulled, like everything else. You listen to the shallow breaths of your wife beside you, the quiet, restless stirring of your children on the straw floor nearby, the faint crackle of a fire that long since burned down to embers. These are the sounds you know best, the soundtrack of your life. And yet, today, they feel like they belong to someone else. Your body rises automatically. Your hands begin their routine. Pull on rough wool, tightening the worn rope around your waist, slipping your feet into the cracked, flattened shoes you've worn for years. But your mind lags behind, as though reluctant to follow. You step outside into the grey morning. The mud sucks at your heels. The village breathes its usual slow rhythm. Smoke trails from a few huts. Chickens cluck quietly. A dog barks in the distance. The bell has not yet rung, but it will. And still, inside your chest, there is a hollowness that no longer feels like hunger. It feels heavier, deeper. It feels like something is beginning to break. You've carried the weight for so long that you barely remember a time when it wasn't there. The hunger, the humiliation, the labour, the fear, the constant whisper of death just beyond your door. You have buried neighbours, friends, family members. You have stood beside the grave and whispered prayers, convincing yourself that it means something, that their suffering led to something greater, that yours will too. But the prayers feel thin now. Their words echo in your mind, like an old song you've sung too many times to still believe. You're so tired, not in your body, in your soul. As you walk the narrow paths through the village, the sights that once blended into the background now seem sharper. You pass the stocks where a young girl stands, her face swollen from cold, her wrists trapped in the wooden frame. Her crime is trivial, stealing bread from her neighbour. She stands alone while the others pass her without meeting her eyes. You used to tell yourself these punishments were fair, that order required obedience, that survival required sacrifice. Now, you only feel numb. Next, you pass the Reeves' house, slightly larger than yours, though no less drafty. His shutters are freshly mended. His family's clothes are cleaner. You used to envy him. Now you only wonder whether he sleeps at night. You see the steward's men returning from the woods with a new deer, its lifeless eyes swinging beneath the cart. The Lord's table will be full again tonight. There will be laughter, music, meat. Your own family will eat boiled weeds. Again. You no longer feel anger. You no longer feel envy. Only emptiness. The priest crosses your path on his way to morning mass. His robes sway gently as he walks, his head held high, his voice already rehearsing today's sermon in soft Latin murmurs. You bow your head out of habit. He nods, offering a quiet, "God's grace be with you." The words pass through you like wind. You have heard his sermons so many times, they blur together, all variations of the same lesson: obedience, humility, endurance, gratitude. Every hardship a gift, every hunger a test, every injustice a part of God's mysterious design. You used to cling to those words. Now they feel weightless. At Mass, you kneel again, shoulder to shoulder with your neighbours, heads bowed as the priest drones on. You mouth the prayers automatically, your lips forming the familiar syllables while your mind drifts. You wonder how many of those kneeling beside you feel the same weariness. You wonder how many have given up inside, like you have. You wonder how many are simply afraid to let it show. When the bell tolls, signalling the end of service, you rise and shuffle out with the others. No one speaks. The fields wait, as they always do. You lift your hoe and begin your work, breaking the frozen earth, slicing through the mud, planting seeds you know may never grow. Your arms ache with every swing, but you keep moving. The work no longer feels like an effort. It feels like habit. The sun climbs overhead, then drifts downward again, and you continue, as though pulled forward by invisible hands. When the steward arrives to collect his portion of the last harvest, you offer what little remains without protest. You nod when the weights are miscounted. You bow when he speaks of the Lord's generosity. You listen as your neighbours murmur polite words of gratitude for what little is left. None of it reaches you anymore. Later, you watch your children playing near the stream, their laughter rising above the dull drone of village life. They chase one another through the mud, their bare feet splashing, their thin arms waving, their faces briefly filled with a something you haven't felt in years. You smile faintly, but it does not reach your chest, because you know what waits for them. They will grow into the same hunger, the same work, the same fear, the same slow erosion of hope. The world will take them piece by piece as it has taken you, and they will endure it as you have, because that is all there is. The absurdity of it finally settles fully inside you, not like a sharp realization, but like a quiet flood that rises slowly around your feet until you realize you're already drowning. You live in a world designed to break you so gently that you do not even notice the breaking as it happens. You have not been crushed. You have been hollowed. You remain standing, but only because you no longer carry anything inside you that could fall. As night comes, you return to your hut. Your wife's fever has broken for now. Your children sleep beside her, curled beneath thin blankets. You sit by the dying fire, staring into the coals as the last flickers of light dissolve into ash. You do not pray tonight, not because you're angry, not because you're bitter, but because even prayer feels empty now. The sky above remains the same, vast, silent, unmoved. You close your eyes, and you prepare to wake again. Because you always do, because you always must. The bell tolls again, the sun rises again, and you move again, not because you choose to, not because you hope to, but because movement is all that remains. Each day now feels the same. The distinction between seasons blurs, between years blurs, between yourself and the ground you till blurs. You no longer think about the future, not even the immediate one. You only think about what your hands must do in this exact moment. The winter frost has finally begun to retreat, leaving behind heavy, wet soil that clings to your boots. You wade into the fields like a man stepping into the grave that has been waiting for him since birth. The labour no longer angers you. It no longer even exhausts you. Exhaustion implies that you could reach a point where you are too tired to continue. But there is no such point. You move like a machine now. Your muscles ache in silence. Your joints complain beneath the weight of years. Your skin cracks. Your fingernails blacken beneath endless dirt. And yet your hands keep moving. There is no choice. There never was. At midday, you sit beneath the crooked tree with the others, chewing slowly on the same thin pottage. Turnip, barley, wild herbs. A handful of shriveled beans boiled until their skins dissolve. The flavour no longer registers. It's not a meal. It's a pause. Around you, the others sit the same way. Quiet, eyes half-focused, mouths chewing methodically. No one speaks unless necessary. Conversation requires energy. Words require meaning. Neither is in abundance. You watch them sometimes, in these brief moments of stillness. You see yourself reflected in every face. Faces stretched thin by hunger, hardened by years of service to a world that feeds on them. You see men who were boys when you were boys, now bent and broken like old trees leaning into the wind. You see women whose hands are as calloused as your own, whose eyes have grown hollow from burying too many children. And yet no one cries, no one screams, no one protests. There is no rebellion here, there is only erosion. Later, the priest arrives to bless the fields for the new planting season. You kneel beside the others as he sprinkles holy water, his voice rising in Latin chants that echo across the wet ground. His words are beautiful, but you hear none of them. They pass over you like wind through brittle grass. You do not pray for a good harvest anymore. You do not pray for rain or sun or health. You have learned that such prayers do not change what will come. The seasons will turn as they always have. The crops will rise or fail as they always do. The tithes will be collected no matter the yield. You no longer believe your prayers reach anyone. You pray because it is expected. You kneel because it is required. You bow because you must. The steward watches nearby, his arms crossed, his boots clean despite the mud. He speaks briefly with the priest, both nodding solemnly as though their conversation carries great weight. You know they speak of taxes, of quotas, of obligations. Their words will determine how much of your harvest will be taken before your family sees any of it. You no longer feel rage toward them. Rage requires hope. Hope requires faith that something might be different. You have neither. As you return to your hut that evening, you pass the gibbet once more, where another body swings in the wind. You don't look up. You haven't looked for years. You already know the shape of death here. The stench no longer sickens you. The sight no longer chills you. The man's name doesn't matter. His crime doesn't matter. All that matters is that he's not you. Not today. Inside the hut, your family waits. Your wife mends the same tunic she has patched a dozen times already, her fingers stiff and red with cold. Your children sleep in a pile of limbs near the fire, their thin bodies barely cushioned by what straw you could gather. You listen to their breathing and wonder which one the winter will take first, should the food run too thin. You've already lost children, most have. The grief used to consume you. Now it sits quietly beside you, like an old companion you no longer speak to. The hurt never left. It simply changed shape. You once imagined teaching your surviving children skills, trades, wisdom. You once imagined seeing them rise. Now you simply hope to keep them breathing. That is the only dream you still allow yourself. And even that dream feels absurd most nights. You sit by the hearth long after the others have fallen asleep, staring into the fading embers. You trace patterns in the ashes with your fingertips, though you don't know why. You whisper no prayers tonight. You no longer bargain. You no longer plead. The stars remain fixed above you, cold and silent. The Lord sleeps well tonight, full-bellied in his stone manor. The steward dreams of accounts, safe in his modest home. The priest rests peacefully, having done his work. And you sit in the dim silence, a hollowed man, not broken but emptied, not shattered but weathered thin. You are still here, and somehow that feels like both failure and victory. You remember sometimes the rare travellers who passed through long ago, before you stopped paying attention. The merchant who spoke of far-off cities where wealth flowed like rivers. The soldier who whispered of lands across the sea where people live free, where kings do not own every breath, where the church does not hear every word. At the time, you felt a flicker of curiosity, maybe even envy, maybe even longing. Now, you feel nothing. Freedom, you've learned, is not real for men like you. There are only different cages, and yet, for all of it, for all the horror, the absurdity, the quiet daily indignities, you rise again the next morning. Your eyes are open before the bell rings. Your feet find the cold dirt floor. Your hands pull the same worn tunic over your thin shoulders. The work waits, the fields wait, the system waits, and you move toward them as you always have, because this is what you were born into, because this is what your father did, because this is what your sons will do, and because stopping feels more terrifying than continuing. The collapse inside you is complete now. You do not break. You do not rebel. You do not escape. You simply recede. Piece by piece, you vanish into the routine, into the rhythm, into the silence, until you are little more than a shadow walking familiar paths, breathing familiar air, waiting for familiar endings. The days continue, not as separate moments, but as a seamless stretch of sameness. There is no true difference between today and yesterday, between this year and the last. Only the weather changes. The cold shifts to warmth. The warmth shifts back to cold. But you remain, still breathing, still moving, still empty. Your mind has stopped measuring time in years. Instead, you measure it by the small, recurring humiliations that have come to define your existence. The harvest that rotted in the rain, the child you buried beside the chapel wall, the neighbour who vanished after a debt he couldn't pay, the ox that dropped dead mid-plough, the tax collector's cart that left your grain stores hollow again, the hunger that always returns no matter how briefly you chase it away. Each memory sits inside you, like another stone in your chest, but you do not feel their weight anymore. They have become part of your structure, like ribs, like bones. And as the world decays around you, so too does your body. The cuts on your hands now take longer to close. When they do heal, they leave behind raised scars, twisting like pale worms across your palms and fingers. Your knees grind with every step. Your breath shortens each winter. Your eyesight blurs at the edges. The constant ache of your teeth, those few still holding. pulses like a quiet drumbeat inside your skull. Some nights you feel the infection rising in your jaw, a swollen lump beneath your cheekbone. You press it with your fingertips, feeling the warmth of slow rot. But you do not seek the healer. You already know what help she can offer. Nothing. Boil it. Pray. Wait. You whisper to yourself, let it be slow. Because you have seen what happens when it is not. The children have grown thinner this season. Their faces are drawn, their cheeks hollowing, their eyes larger than they should be. They do not cry when they are hungry. Hunger is so familiar to them that it no longer triggers protest. They simply wait until food appears, if it does, and eat without speaking. You watch your youngest gnaw at a piece of crust, licking it for moisture long after the bread is gone. She does not complain. She does not look at you with expectation, only quiet acceptance. In another world, perhaps this would shame you. In this one, it simply breaks you a little more. The priest preaches again this Sunday. His voice rises from the stone steps, echoing off the chapel walls, speaking of God's mercy, of how those who suffer most will receive the greatest reward, of how the meek shall be lifted, of how paradise awaits those who endure. You have heard this sermon 100 times. It no longer stirs anything inside you. You watch the Lord's family sit comfortably beneath a covered awning, their clothes clean and colourful, their cheeks full, their servants nearby. You once felt envy, then anger, then quiet bitterness. Now you feel nothing. Not because you've forgiven, but because your capacity for rage has simply dried up. There is no more space inside you for anything except the routine. You return to the field. You bend, you dig, you plant. Your back protests with every movement. The muscles feel like they are being pulled from the bone with each swing of the hoe. But you continue as always. The clouds gather again on the horizon. Rain will come. Perhaps too soon. Perhaps too late. Perhaps not at all. But that is not for you to decide. The weather does not listen to prayer. The fields do not bargain with hope. The system does not reward labour with rest. You work because that is all you are permitted to do. At night, the wind howls through the thin walls of your hut. You huddle beside your family, sharing body heat beneath a threadbare blanket. You hear the rats scurry along the beams above you. You hear your wife's shallow breath as she tries to sleep. You hear your own heartbeat, slow, steady, tired. The fire burns low. You watch the last ember blink like a distant star, waiting for it to fade. Your thoughts no longer form into words. They have become shapes now. Muted shapes. Heavy shapes. You're not afraid of dying. You're afraid of continuing. Of having to rise again tomorrow. Of repeating this day again. And yet, you know you will. You always do. Sometimes you allow yourself to drift backward into memory. Not of happiness, but of simplicity. Of the few moments in your youth when the crushing weight of survival had not yet fully settled on your shoulders. You remember your father's voice, steady but hollow, the same hollowness you now carry. You remember your mother's hands, thin, cracked, but always moving, preparing the same stew you now prepare for your own children. You remember burying them both, kneeling at the same graves you know your children will one day kneel beside for you. The cycle has no end. It simply folds into itself again and again. In your rare dreams, you sometimes imagine standing outside this world, looking down on it as though it were a map. You see the fields stretching endlessly, the tiny huts scattered like bones, the thin trails of smoke spiralling into the indifferent sky. You see yourself, one small figure among thousands, bent over the dirt. A dot. You see the lords in their stone towers, distant and fat. You see the priests in their decorated halls, their voices raised toward heaven. And you see the peasants like you, countless, replaceable, invisible. And even from this imaginary distance, you feel the same thing you always feel, the weight. When you wake from these dreams, you feel no sadness, only the familiar pull of your body rising once more. The bell tolls, the sky remains grey, the fields wait, and you step forward, because that is all you know how to do. The days have melted together into one continuous grey corridor of existence. And as you walk it, one silent step at a time, you realise that even your memories have begun to blur. You no longer know which winter was the hardest, which child died first, which harvest starved you worst, which neighbour vanished when. It has all collapsed into one single story. Survival without reason. You do not mourn as you once did. You do not hope as you once dared. Even grief itself has dulled into routine. You still attend Mass, though your soul no longer reaches for salvation. The priest's voice echoes off cold stone walls, repeating the same sermon you have heard since you first learned to kneel. He speaks of eternal reward, of suffering as virtue, of your place as ordained, of your duty to remain small and grateful. You kneel as he speaks, but you no longer listen. The words wash over you like rain washes stone, constant, repetitive, wearing you down grain by grain. Not with force, not with violence, with endless sameness. It has taken years, but you finally understand the full cruelty of this world. It does not kill you with rage, it kills you with patience. In the fields, the repetition is perfect. You plough, you sow, you harvest, you tithe, you starve. The seasons may change their face, but their teeth are always the same. You used to believe that maybe, if the harvest was good enough, you might finally feel something different, relief maybe, peace. You now know the truth. The harvest will always be enough for someone else. The Lord's barns will fill. The steward's ledgers will balance. The priest's table will never empty. And whatever remains, after their hungers are satisfied, is what your family will receive. You smile bitterly at this thought sometimes, though the smile never reaches your eyes, because bitterness too has grown quiet. You notice the animals now in a different way. The pigs grunt as they root in the mud, oblivious. The ox pulls at its yoke, head lowered, muscles heaving, eyes vacant. The chickens peck aimlessly at the ground. You envy them. They do not know the weight of fear. They do not know the hollow ache of knowing you are owned. And yet, like you, they serve. You care for them. You feed them. You slaughter them. You are them. When sickness returns, as it always does, it carries no surprise. Your wife falls to the fever first this year. Her breath grows short. Her face flushes. Her skin dampens. You fetch herbs. You fetch water. You whisper prayers you no longer believe. The healer offers poultices. The priest offers blessings. The outcome is already written. She dies after 5 nights. There are no screams, no last words, only stillness. You bury her in the churchyard beside the others. You mark her grave with a wooden cross that will rot before your children are grown. When your youngest daughter asks, "Will mother see us again in heaven?" you answer without thought, "Yes." Not because you believe it, but because you cannot bear the alternative. Because some lies are gentler than the truth. You return to your work the next morning. No one offers comfort. No one expects you to stop. The fields remain. The steward collects his portion as usual, his quill scratching across parchment as though your grief were irrelevant. Because it is. The system does not pause for sorrow. At night, you stare into the dark as your children sleep beside you. The fire burns too low to warm the room, but you do not feed it. You have grown comfortable in the cold. You watch the shadows crawl across the beams of your ceiling, and realize you no longer feel anything but the simple need to continue moving. Not to live, not to hope, simply to continue. You sometimes imagine the priest is right, that paradise waits beyond this life. You imagine lush fields, warm fires, endless bread, no tithes, no hunger, no pain. But even these thoughts feel distant now. Not comforting, but strange. Heaven-like freedom feels like a story meant for someone else. You dare not hate God. You dare not accuse him. You simply stop speaking to him at all. The absurdity of your world now feels complete. You were born into a cage you never saw being built. You laboured to survive inside it. You raised children inside it. And one day you will die inside it. You have seen every horror it holds. You have endured every cruelty it offers. And you have learned the final lesson. The world does not crush you with violence. It wears you down with time. Your neighbours move the same way. Hollowed men, hollowed women, all still standing, all still breathing, but barely. You glance at them and see yourself. No one speaks of escape. No one speaks of rebellion. No one speaks of hope. Even hope itself has learned better. And yet, you rise. The bell rings again. You put your feet to the earth again. You pick up your tools again. Because in this world, where death has lost its meaning, where sorrow no longer has an edge, where God no longer answers, continuing is all that remains. And so you continue. The night settles again. The bell has stopped. The fields have gone dark. The wind moves softly through the village lanes. The coals in the hearth pulse faintly, then dim. Inside your hut, the breathing of your children slows. The chill presses gently against your skin. You pull the worn blanket higher, though it makes little difference. Above you, the wooden beams hold steady. Outside, the branches sway like slow fingers. The stars hang silent in the blackness. They have always been there. They will always be there. You close your eyes. The world does not pause. The wheel turns. The system remains. The weight lingers. And sleep takes you. Quietly. Without protest. Without comfort. As it always does.